It looks like we're now live.
Yep, it looks like the live streaming is finally good.
Yay.
Good job, Sam. Yay.
I don't have my headphones on, but we're good.
Yay. Well, welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for those either listening on the audio or now on the currently live YouTube channel. We apologize for the slight delay. We are having some tech issues this morning, but we're glad to be joining you all on this rainy Monday morning for budget work. And before we get started with introductions, I know it's late, but this poem is short, and I was thinking of Representative Stearns this morning. So I have a silly little short limerick to start us off with by Edward Lear. There was an old man with a beard who said, "It was just as I feared. 2 owls and a hen, 4 larks and a wren have all built their nests in my beard." There you go, Representative Stearns. 2 limericks in 1 year.
Senator, I have to tell you, I learned that poem in elementary school.
Really? That makes me even bit. I saw this as I was flipping through my limericks book this morning, and I was like, this feels like an appropriate Monday morning poem. But with that, I am State Senator Maddie Daughtry. I represent Senate District 24, which are the communities of Harpswell, Brunswick, Freeport, North Yarmouth, and Pownell. And I'll introduce my House Chair, Representative Brennan.
Good morning. I'm Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Senator Woodson. Oh, I think you're on mute, Senator Woodson.
Dave Woodson, District 33, York County, along the New Hampshire border.
And Representative Crockett.
Good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Representative Dodge.
Good morning, Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman, District 74, J. Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore.
And Representative McCray is not with us this morning. He's presenting another bill and he'll be back as soon as possible. Representative Millette.
Good morning, I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Representative Roach.
Good morning, everyone. Tim Roach, District 7, Wells.
And Representative Salisbury.
Good morning, I'm Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Representative Sampson.
Good morning, live from the state capitol. I'm Representative Heidi Sampson, representing the good people of House District 21, Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
And Representative Stearns.
Good morning, my name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which consists of 12 towns in the unorganized territories of Piscataquis County.
And this morning we were ably assisted by our OPLA analyst, Ms. Hillary Rissler, as well as our committee clerk, Sam Baker. If you have any issues with the YouTube stream or just want to reach us for questions in general, please make sure to reach out to Mr. Baker. He'll be able to get you sorted. And with that, just a reminder to everyone, we are in a work session for the budget. And for folks who are here, just a reminder that this is being streamed live on YouTube, as well as the audio on the internet as an important reminder. And just any questions before I turn things over to Ms. Rissler to get our work started this morning? Not seeing anything. I think we're ready to jump right in.
All right, good morning. I was going to jump in just with a quick overview of where we are in the budget process and what the next steps will be in terms of the timeline and everything. And then I also know that you received a lot of materials from the Department of Education, and I know members from the department are in the waiting room, and I think the chairs were hoping to have them come in to go through some of those materials and answer some of those if there are any additional questions. But first and foremost, as you know, Joint Rule 314 establishes the role of policy committees in the budget matters and basically provides that the policy committees advise the Appropriations Committee on those portions of the state budget bills that affect subject matter under that committee's jurisdiction. We had the public hearing last week, and we're now moving on to the section where the committee can actually work on these budget and develop recommendations on the relevant portions of the biennial budget. The policy committee will then report its recommendations on the relevant portions of the budget to the appropriations committee in the format specified by the appropriations committee, which, as you know, is typically that report back template that I sent out to you and is now, I believe, posted on the committee webpage, that basically provides for a vote on each of the initiatives within the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee jurisdiction. However, the committee often typically also includes a memorandum to the Appropriations Committee in addition to that report back, partly because of the length of the education portion of the budget. The memo usually summarizes the work and recommendations of the committee, as well as highlights any additional either new initiatives or other things that the committee wants to highlight for the Appropriations Committee. AFA had actually originally set Tuesday, March 16th as the due date for the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee report back. But in looking at the schedule and in finding the best time for the committee to be able to do that report back in person or virtually in person, I think we're actually going to be looking at Monday, March 15th at 1 p.m. As you know, the policy committee recommendations are not binding on the appropriations committee. The appropriations committee just must consider the policy committee recommendation, but retains the sole decision-making authority on the budget matters. So what is being developed through this work session and through these votes is the committee's recommendation to AFA. I sent out a really big budget overview document over the weekend, and I hope I didn't scare anyone or overwhelm anyone, but I did think it had some sort of important and interesting background information. The one thing I do want to cover before we get started is specifically on that difference between allocation and appropriation. And essentially, the allocation is the amount of expenditures authorized by the legislature from resources legally restricted or otherwise designated for specific operating purposes. So basically, all non-general fund resources are allocated. You'll see federal funds are allocated. It's basically the authorization of that agency to expend those funds for that specific purpose. The appropriation, on the other hand, is the amount of the expenditures authorized by the legislature from unrestricted or undesignated resources for specific operating purposes. So these would be all the general fund resources that are appropriated, and the legislature, of course, appropriates them to specific programs such as general purpose aid, or deappropriates from specific programs. So that's just the basic general difference. And if you have questions as we go through on that, on whether this funding is appropriation or allocation and what that means, feel free to ask. We also do have Rachel Tremblay here, who is our amazing fiscal analyst from OFPR. And so if there are any questions that are more technical or more in the weeds, I may reach out to her to help me answer them. Are there any questions for me on just sort of timeline and general overview?
Not seeing any. Take that as a good sign.
I think my understanding, and the chairs can correct me, but I think the general plan is to start with the Department of Ed this morning, and then perhaps hear from some of the higher education entities this afternoon. There were some questions for them during the public hearing. But other than that, I look to the chairs to let me know where you want to go next.
Let's start with DOE, and just to remind committee members, this is definitely, we had our joint hearing with appropriations, but this is a work session that we can definitely use to get more information. So, you know, for those who ask questions during the public hearing, this is a chance to get report back on that. And if something comes up and you'd like more information, please, this is the chance to ask those questions to get the information we need to move forward. So I think we're ready to jump right in on DOE.
All right. I'd also just note that with the extra week before the report back, I do believe your chairs have carved out some additional time for additional work session next week if that's needed.
Senator, if I may, just want to point everyone's attention that the department did send out, or I think through Ms. Risler, some answers to questions that were posed during the public hearing. I just want to make sure everybody sees that in their inbox.
And if you can't find it in your inbox, it's up on our website as well, Ms. Risler, correct?
I believe it is.
I think I saw it this morning.
Yeah, I had asked for it to be up this morning, so hopefully it was. And as I said, if there are any of those documents, those question and answer documents that committee members are having trouble locating or would like me to just pull up so that you know what it is we're talking about, just let me know and I'm happy to do so. Otherwise, I guess, Sam, can you let in members of DOE?
Yes, Hillary, letting them in now. Is Joan Allen also with the DOE? Okay.
Good morning, Commissioner. I think we've got everyone in now. I think we've got the whole team. So I don't know, is it more helpful to start off on sort of a report back on the document that we got with the answers, or Hillary, should we go through maybe first just to remind folks where in the budget document the DOE portion starts, and then we can move on to the commissioner?
Sure, yes. The Department of Education budget initiatives start on page 13 of the report back template.
Sounds good. Does everyone have that, or need Ms. Rissler to pop it up on the screen? I think, oh, I think Ed, Representative Crockett would like it on the screen, or
if you could tell me where to find it in my email, I would happily follow along on my iPad, but I can't seem to find that.
I can send it to you, Representative. I have it up.
Okay.
Representative Crockett, you should have also received a paper document as well in your mail that you can follow along with as well. Oh, I'm seeing papers.
I had a feeling this would come in handy at some point.
So yes, it's page 13 on the report back document. But if need be, unless I see anyone else waving desperately, I think we'll say we're all on the same page, and I think we're ready to jump right in, Commissioner. Thanks for taking the time to be with us this morning.
Sure, my pleasure. And I think you maybe introduced that we have our Chief Financial Officer, Elaine Babb, and Director of School Finance, Joanne Allen, who are here to go deeper into the weeds on the technical questions if necessary. So, okay. So the first question we had was about the reduction of $15,000 on page.
Megan, actually have a question real quick from Representative Stearns, unless. Was that an accident?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for interrupting the commissioner, but at some point this morning, there are many changes, departmental inter-office changes, reduce this position, add that position, very difficult to follow. So at some point this morning, if you could give me a general strategy in in some of those key areas. Here's our thinking. We didn't need this. We did need this, and here's why this will make us more productive. That will be very helpful to me without going down into the minutia of FTE 0.5 over to FTE. I'm sure we'll get there, but just the general strategy will be very helpful to me at some point. Thanks. Sorry for interrupting so early on.
No, and I totally understand how confusing it is, and the initiatives show up in two places or sometimes more because something got split in the funding. And we'll get to that, and we'll be going through our organizational chart with you just in general, like you say, broad strokes. And as you know, we're happy to go further into that, maybe during one of our meetings that we have every other week. I just want to point out that in many cases, those changes are on paper only. They are correcting or housekeeping, as Elaine would call it, things that maybe happened several years ago, or an elimination of something because the grant went away maybe 4 years prior, and just never was cleaned out of our chart and our organizational stuff. So a lot of it sounds like a whole lot of things happening. Very little actually is happening. So I think I'll be able to help you with that. And the way it has to be phrased is very confusing, and I'm sorry for that. I guess I'll start at the first question, and we will be addressing organizational chart on the way through. So here we go. The first one was about that $15,600 reduction on page A171. And that's the main HIV prevention education program. And what that will do, it's not an elimination of the program, it is a reduction in the number of trainings. Those trainings used to be quite costly to provide because people would literally be going around the state visiting schools and meeting with them in person to provide trainings. And now, as you can see with the magic of Zoom, we've been able to reduce a lot of those types of costs throughout all the offices in the department. We're providing all of our professional development currently through remote media. And going forward, we see this as a long-term savings and a way to reach far more people than we ever have before. So while it's not the same, it would be better to be in person face-to-face in some ways, this has been an opportunity for us to find savings. Does anybody want to discuss it further? And if not, I'll just move to the next one. Where is the budget for the main School of Science and Mathematics? And so I believe you received from Chelsea in our office, probably from Hillary, you probably have their budget. It looks as though they have $3.6 million in each year of the biennium. And that is the cost for educating what on October 1st, I believe that was 120 students, possibly 123 students, if I remember correctly, at the MSSM Magnet School, Main School of Science and Math up in Limestone. That is located in and included within the GPA portion of our budget.
Representative Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, do you have, does anyone on your team happen to know when MSSM last received an increase in an appropriation? Thank you.
I don't have it right on hand, but we can certainly get that information for you. Anything else?
I think we're ready to move on.
Great. Okay, the next one was no new funding for Child Development Services, which is CDS, as you all may know it. And yet we're aware that there are waiting lists of children who are not receiving services at this time. And that is true. And we are working very hard to rectify that situation. What it comes down to is that right now, CDS services are provided by private providers across the state. They're coordinated through the 9 CDS regional centers. And CDS is a quasi-governmental organization. It's its own entity. The state of Maine is on the hook, liability-wise, from the federal government's requirement under IDEA that we ensure services are provided to children 3 to 5 years old who have disabilities. And they currently, as noted, there are many on a waiting list. The reason there's not new funding in the budget for this program is because funding is not the reason for the waiting lists. The waiting lists have been created by lack of services available. So the service providers or the individuals who would be providing those services are unavailable to provide such. And so we are instead working very hard to bolster the 9 regional centers to increase their capacity to address those unmet needs.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a question from Representative Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So do I understand correctly that that the plan is to have existing CDS staff provide the services to these children? Because I think where I get confused is, why aren't they already doing that if there already is capacity with the existing resources?
So I believe we are reorganizing resources and utilizing federal funding to support. And I know that they're providing consultation and training and support through some of the emergency resources that we have in terms of telemedicine and other possible ways of reaching out. I know we're going to go into all of this in depth on Friday in terms of the programming for CDS. But my understanding from the director of special services in the department is that no additional state funding would be requested or needed as part of this first phase of addressing and triaging the needs of those students whose needs are unmet.
Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Commissioner. Is there a timeline for these 9 regions to be prepared to address the waitlist issue?
Yes, and it's immediate. It is as soon as possible. We're considering this to be a project in need of triage, and our Director of Special Education Services, who'll be with all of us on Friday to present both a historical context for CDS and the current situation, and to review the most recent annual report with you. We'll be able to describe that timeline. We are very confident that it is happening certainly within weeks in York. And JC, I don't know if you have you met with Erin to get the timeline? It's fine if you haven't at this point.
I believe she's working very diligently with those 9 regional sites to look at what are the ways that they can increase the numbers of personnel to meet those needs, and assessing how quickly those children will be served, including working with, as you say, telehealth and others, but that is detailed in the report, which will be provided to the committee on Friday.
And I apologize because I introduced 2 members of my team, but I didn't introduce JC Holmes, who works in our Office of Federal Programs and Policy. So, sorry.
Representative Crockett, did you have a follow-up, or you're on mute? I think you're saying you're all good. Okay, Representative Millette, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So, Commissioner, I am aware of a finding related to, or a complaint that was filed against the York CDS, and some finding as a result. And within that, it did indicate several needs for additional resources, either through relationships with public schools or by expanding resources in CDS. So again, I'm having a hard time understanding, making that gel with what you're sharing with the committee this morning. And if other members aren't aware of this, I'll share the document with you.
Yeah, and that's true. And we're also planning to go into this in depth on Friday, but we have developed a corrective action plan, and the corrective action plan is underway and does have a timeline that predicts that these unmet needs are going to be met. And we're definitely committed to ensuring services for these kids. And since we are talking about it a little bit in advance, I would say that historically, this situation exists where the state of Maine is on the hook legally, also ethically, to make sure that services are provided to these kids. These are very young children with disabilities. If it doesn't happen, it's on the state. It's on the Department of Education in particular, and on the state of Maine as a whole. However, through a series of, I think JC has a timeline that we'll share with you, of legislation over 46 years, where people have tried to bring the service in line where it should be with the state, control over the service provision because the state is responsible for it and has a buffer agency that keeps it from having that direct oversight. And year after year, session after session, these bills either get quashed before they make it to the actual legislature or have been voted down, maintaining this very challenging situation where the state of Maine is liable, but the service provision is dictated by a non-state agency that contracts with private providers to do the service. And we've really taken a hard look at that, and we recognize that there are several steps we need to take, and those are built into the corrective action plan that we have put in place, and that our team will be prepared to share with you on Friday.
There's also ongoing work between Jeanette Kirk, the Chief Academic Officer, the Early Childhood Team, and Erin Fraser in the Office of Special Services to look at how many of the public preschool programs can be accessed to provide the least restrictive environment for some of those children, because there has been a significant number of providers in the York and Cumberland County that have closed as a result of the pandemic. So that work is active and underway as we speak.
Do you have a follow-up, Representative Millett?
I do. So I understand we're going to have this conversation on Friday, but this is also a budgetary issue, so that's why I'm probing here. I don't want people to feel like I'm trying to be pushy, but this does cross over both. So if you could just bear with me. So if the solution is for CDS to ask public preschools to partner with them in providing these services, and also meet some of the requirements that's in the document related to the York CDS in terms of hiring of new staff. If somebody can provide some sort of document that would help me understand, or help the committee understand, if there are others who are struggling with me, how there would not be any additional costs based on the document following the complaint, including Ms. Holmes' statements around utilizing public school districts. I would imagine that they would be reimbursed for costs. So if we're going to take children off wait lists, we're going to provide them new services, how does that not, and we're going to be using public schools to perhaps alleviate some of this need, how is that not going to be an additional expense? So we don't need to, if there could, maybe on Friday, we could delve back into that. That would be great.
Absolutely.
Representative Stearns, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that I can definitely empathize with the commissioner and the department's position on this, in that no matter who has supervisory duties, you can move those around all you like. The bottom line is the resource is not there. By the resource, I mean the human capital. We do not have the folks to fill those positions. This is happening all across state government, and it's also happening all across the private sector. That we have tremendous job opportunities in the state of Maine. We could throw money at it, but there's no one there to accept those positions and to be able to do the work. So it's a dilemma for certain. As you say, we're on the hook, but it's almost like someone dying of thirst in the desert and you hand them cash. They don't need that. They need water, and we need people.
I think Elaine maybe could contribute something to this.
I'm sorry, I was trying to do the raise hand thing, but I don't have the option on the bottom of my screen. I just wanted to help a little bit. Elaine Babb, Chief Financial Officer for the department. I know this will be answered on Friday, but I just wanted to let you know that, because I see all the positions that CDS is currently hiring, which they've done. They've had quite a few that they've put in to advertise for. they have in their budget position costs, and then they have money for contracts. And what we found is that we are going to be having CDS employees versus contracted services because of the lack of, as the commissioner mentioned last week, the availability of getting contracted people to do some of the services that are needed in CDS. So right now, what we're doing is we are monitoring their budget very closely and making sure that all these new positions have a place in the budget by reducing that contracted services line. After they get all this done, we'll be able to tell for the supplemental budget where we stand and to make sure that we will have the funding going forward. But right now we couldn't guess how much, if there is any, that is needed. So that's where they are right now. I've been doing all that. So the commissioner would know where, all those positions that have currently gone through. There's probably been at least a dozen of them that we've done so far.
We have a question from Representative Millette, and thank you, Ms. Babb.
No question, just a thank you to Ms. Babb. That was very helpful. I think the only then remaining question I have is if we're going to, if the CDS does turn to public pre-K programs, does that incur a new expense? But thank you so much for the explanation about the CDS staffing that and the contracting. That's very helpful.
Not seeing any further questions. I think we can jump in, Commissioner Macon.
So I should move on at this point, and we'll have a lot more to say about this on Friday. Okay, let's see. Question is, part 2 reflects removing the appointment of the Director of Early Childhood Special Education in CDS. No statutory change was made to 20A. Then the response there is that part 2 changes the Director of Early Childhood Special Education in Child Development Services from appointed to non-appointed. Over the past few years, changes have occurred within the department and CDS, and in 2017 in particular, that change actually took place. And it was never, and it took place in practice, but it was never reflected in statute on paper. And so this is a housekeeping issue. It's not like a sudden new move. This position was moved back into the department in 2017. I have the whole chronology that I'll share with you again on Friday, but essentially it was always a department position. And then from 2009 until 2017, and somebody can correct me if I don't have those exactly right, it was mostly housed in CDS, in the organization of CDS. And then in 2017, there's a public law that put it back into the department, and it just didn't get reflected in our language. But it, at this point, it's a housekeeping issue. And if you have further questions, I think probably Elaine or JC could elucidate on this issue.
Not seeing any further questions. I think we can keep moving ahead.
Great. Okay, so the next question was, what is the timing of the refinements to the CDS system? Oh, we've sort of answered that, but we are in process. We have a corrective action plan dictating much of our action plan as it is right now. We're certainly in triage mode, and we also have a longer term vision. So that will all be shared on Friday. The next question, in relation to community schools, is the Department of Education applying for the full service community school program grant? And is the Maine Department of Education considering using title grants 1, 2, and 4 of ESEA for community schools and enrichment? So the first half of that question, the team researched that grant that closes, as you mentioned, maybe today. It had a deadline of very soon. That grant is not open or available for state education agencies to apply. That is a grant that's applied for by LEAs, local education, so local school districts, with a consortium of other agencies and service providers. So a local school with a number of service providers could collectively get together and decide to make an application for that grant program. But the state education agency was not an eligible applicant. The second part of the question addresses the title grants. So Title I and II and IV all have different purposes. And Title I supports the academic needs of students in low performing and highly disadvantaged socioeconomically schools. Title II is largely for professional development, and Title IV is largely for, and I'm really generalizing, Chelsea is cringing somewhere in cyberspace. I'm sorry, Chelsea. Title IV is for enrichment programs, after school programs, the 21st century community learning center programs. And the ESEA law dictates how those funds must be spent. And yes, Title IV is certainly supporting such things as enrichment and 21st century community learning centers, where kids get a whole lot of holistic and wraparound type services and opportunities. And Title I is presently, and I think Title IV, presently under a state reallocation that we do every year to support applications for summer programming. And we had a record number and amount requested for those summer programs. So we have actually expanded the amount available through the reallocation process that happens each spring to support summer programs that have been reflected in these applications just in the past few weeks.
We have a question from Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner. Good to see you this morning. Just to back up for a second to the community school program. And you identified there was only one school district, RSU 34. Is that the Oxford school district? JC saying no.
It's Brewer.
Brewer, okay. Because at least 2 years ago, a year ago, we had a presentation. I thought it was Oxford that had a partnership with their community action agency, Community Concept, with this community school approach, and that it had been incredibly successful and beneficial to both the school and the community. And so I was curious why there was only one school district that was still engaged in that program.
I bet you're thinking about the community health center. Is that what it's called? The ones where the
no, it was a community schools program, and it was a very strong partnership with their community action agency. And I'm almost certain it was Oxford Hills, and maybe
it was. There were two of their schools that had collaboratives, and then we will be working with Bear Shea to look at applications for ongoing.
Well, that was kind of my point, was that we've had a lot of discussion, both with your department and others, about the need for mental health, substance use, and other community services. And these type of partnerships with community action agencies that provide mental health services, substance use, and other community services could be extraordinarily beneficial to students and to school districts. And there are community action agencies in every county across the state that would be in a position to partner with school districts. So I just wonder if it's a marketing problem, if it's a lack of understanding on school departments, but to only have one school district to have that partnership just leads me to ask the question of how do we get more?
I think we will be working directly with Bear at opening those applications back up again. But I also would indicate that a number of our ESSER and CRF related applications have reflected partnerships and a lot of support for mental health assessments and informed practices. So there's active examination by LEAs or SAUs to look at supporting that population, but also working in partnership with their community agencies.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question from Representative Millette, followed by Representative Crockett.
We're in work session, right, Senator? May this be a little bit of a discussion?
Oh, absolutely.
Question? Okay, great. Yeah, so I just want to provide a little clarity around the community schools. There's kind of two different sections. One, which is in this section where we could utilize federal funds to help support the community school model in the state of Maine. And then there's a separate area in the language under GPA where we've made an allocation. Those allocations are designed to provide funding to districts to have a community school coordinator. Because what is very clear is that in order to sustain community relationships and not have them dissipate with changing of leadership or any particular champion for any particular area of service, it's good to have a staff person cultivating, maintaining, sustaining, et cetera, all of these relationships that can wrap around these students and their families. Oxford indeed was an early adopter, then along with Brewer. Then there's some confusion about how much money was available, what was the timing on applications, and I know Oxford was very hopeful to be able to up again, so I am surprised that they haven't had applied or been awarded a community school grant. But I share Representative Brennan's sense of urgency that given the kind of challenges that our communities are facing and it's growing, that we can get this back online in a fairly rapid manner. I mean, we did allocate this money almost a year ago. There's been a little something else going on. I recognize that. So, but I'm really excited to hear that this is going to fall under Bear's area, and look forward to hearing about how that's going forward. Thanks.
Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to throw out an observation that obviously is, I support certainly what Representative Millett and Representative Brennan are suggesting. We need more activity with respect to this program. Yet we've had this program in place, it looks like for at least 4 years. Only one school district has taken advantage of it. If we can't make it more robust and in a hurry, would we be better served taking $150,000 of that $200,000 budget and putting it somewhere else where maybe we could use it?
If I may, Representative Crockett, this is an area that this was the result of a bill I put in. So I have been urging the department to work with our school districts, and it's just been one of those things that hasn't been able to garner a lot of attention. But I'm encouraged now that there is somebody in staff that's been assigned to actively reach out to schools and let them know. Just to take 2 seconds, before I introduced this bill, we held 2 community forums, one in Southern Maine, one in Central Maine. The turnout was huge. The interest is substantial, including from Maine School Management, Maine School Superintendents, school boards, MEA. There's not a lack of interest. There just seems to be a lot of confusion about timing, implementation, who's running it, who's responsible. And I'm hopeful now that we'll be able to get the train back on track.
I concur.
Any further questions on this aspect? Being none, I think we're ready to jump on to the next portion, Commissioner.
Okay, this is the EPS question regarding the 1-year change to the student-teacher ratio in the elementary, I think it's was it K5 or 1 through 5, one section of the student population. So this is one adjustment out of multiple that we ran as scenarios to see how the ultimate formula would play out across the state. And I think I would say yes, that so far that's what we did. We are using the October 1 count. We did try and inflating the October 1 count to reflect the 2019 count. And we noticed that in that case, it created further disparities. It also had a very large price tag for the total cost of the education of as Joanne calls, ghost students and her team. And so instead, we looked at other ways to reflect that the cost of education isn't going down this year as a result of there being fewer students in most districts. So the adjustment that they made that adjusted down the student teacher ratio so that there were fewer kids required per financed educator in the formula for that one part created a sense of far fewer losers, far fewer when I say losers, you know, the finite pie, and there's always somebody in the red. And what this did is it really evened it out, and it seemed to recognize that it stabilized the cost of education per the formula, making it artificially higher than it would be if we went with the actual numbers that were there on October 1st. And I think I would take questions and I would invite Joanne to explain further. She can tell you that they ran a lot of scenarios, and I looked at all those scenarios with them, and we looked at the impact on various districts, and it was this was by far the best thing that we could do. And we have had very few. I don't know if you've had a lot of complaints from your constituents. We've had, and we usually get a lot of calls and complaints about what happened with the formula. And we have not had that situation this year. People feel that this was fair and reasonable and adequate. Not that anything will ever be fully adequate to cover that, but we feel like we made a very good decision in this adjustment.
Any questions on this portion? Maybe this is exactly like you said, the lack of people jumping out is also an adequate or interesting indication. Okay, seeing no questions, on to the next section.
Okay. So the learning through technology, LTT. Why are positions moving to GPA, and what are the implications for MLTI? I took a stab at answering that during the questions after my testimony, and I was wrong. This is an example, Representative Stearns, of a housekeeping situation where funding was in one place and head count was in one place where it belonged in another. And I know that Elaine or Joanne could describe this very specifically, but this isn't a change to our organizational chart. Correct me, Joanne and Elaine. Phoning a friend here.
That's correct.
Good.
You want me? So what happened was we have 4 positions that we had in 2 different accounts. So we're putting them all into one, and it's just a housekeeping. It doesn't affect the org chart at all. It just remains the same.
We have a lot of those aligning funding in the right area. We're trying to clean things up. It's kind of a big tangly mess. And I think we're on the right track to continuing, to get more clarity. I think in the many, many biennia to come, this work will pay off because we'll have a more streamlined eventually way of showing all of that.
Commissioner May, can we have a question or potential statement from Representative Crockett?
No statement at this time. Just clarification on a newbie. What's the acronym MLTI?
It's the Maine Learning Through Technology Initiative, and that is back in 2001 when Maine was the first state to have one-to-one laptops for 7th graders, and it has expanded since.
I think we're all set. Any further questions or statements? Seeing none, next section.
So this next question is about the federal grant programs that the department receives funding from. And is this also a question, I think, if I recall, a question about how much federal funding has been provided out there to the school districts? And Chelsea made available to the team a chart of those accounts so that you can see exactly how much federal funding through the emergency relief initiatives have come into the state thus far. And we can take questions on any of those. Can you see the chart? Do you have access to that in front of you?
Representative Dodge, did you have a?
Yes, please. Thank you. When I pulled the chart, the questions that I had noted and would like to pose to you are, can you help us as a committee to specifically understand where this has eased or affected our budget burden, if in fact it has in any way, or has it only been spent strictly for COVID work? Why is some of the money still unallocated or unspent? And do we have, I'm sure you have a clear understanding of the deadlines for the utilization. I am a little unclear about the interweaving. Thank you.
Yes. So I don't have a chart right in front of me, but I can answer some of those in broad strokes. So number one, thus far, the CRF funding and the GEAR, Governor's Emergency Education Relief Funding, number one that we received earlier, and the ESSER funds are all supposed to be spent on response to COVID that is above and beyond, not supplanting existing costs for local education, just for the actual operating of schools. We do think that there is additional flexibility coming in the potential package that I know that that's what's being discussed at the federal level for the next relief package coming. There should be some relief for municipalities and school costs, just recognizing that revenue has been impacted and taxpayers and people have struggled. But right now our initiatives don't supplant regular operational costs. They are all response to the emergency. That was one question. I think you asked a few questions. Can you remind me what some of the other ones were on there?
Yes. Well, the questions I've been getting from constituents are, why has some of this money gone unspent to date? And,
yes,
and why is that? And are we going to miss out if we haven't spent our funds?
So for each grant program, there's a different response to that for the emergency federal grants. And now I'm looking, because you have now every bit of federal funding that we get. And I'm looking to see if the emergency funds are on that list.
The emergency funds, Commissioner, that chart was sent to Hillary and I think distributed to the committee on January 22nd. And with those funding streams, and I think one of the questions that Representative Dodge was asking was the timing. There's also, we allocate the funds, then the districts through their applications obligate through a budget how they are going to spend it. And then as they're spending it, they seek reimbursement. And we have a whole team of people, at least 3 or 4, that are reviewing all of the invoices that come in to provide reimbursement with those federal funds. The Corona Relief Fund, or the CRF, which the commissioner mentioned, originally had a deadline of 12/30/2020. That's Treasury money, and that changed the timing until June 30th of 2021. We also have reallocated CRF2 funds to districts who all of a sudden realized they could spend more. So they are submitting those or refining those applications. ESSER 1 applications, which is the Elementary and Secondary Emergency Relief Fund, has a deadline of September 30th of 2022. That was $42 million. And then another $183 million has come in, and that has been allocated, and they're applying through our application portal and are obligating through those approved budgets. And they have until September of 2023 to spend down those funds. I will tell you that our team that reviews the applications has had districts, school administrative units ask to reopen so that the amounts they were actually spending that they might have estimated, they could then rebudget for the accurate amount so that it would expedite the invoicing. They're also trying to look at if CRF has to be spent first and then ESSER 1 gets spent next because of 2022, and then ESSER 2 is 2023. They're sort of using it in a domino effect, and in some cases may have added additional necessary personnel because of cohort size. And so they're funding some of those in ESSER 1 until 2022 and are planning, if they need to keep the cohorts, to maintain those going forward. And as Representative Brennan mentioned, there certainly are needs for mental health and other social work and supportive services. There is a lot of funding going to that at the present time as well.
And thank you so much, JC. That's so helpful. And so the reason a lot of the funding is still on the table is because there is other funding that has a shorter shelf life, and because people are really right now in a very uncomfortable place. And as the Department of Education, we wish we could make a statement predicting the future for next fall. We don't know yet what next fall is going to look like, depending on what happens with the virus, the level of vaccinations, and so forth. And superintendents are right now in the crucible of their local budgets. I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that in every community across the state, superintendents are, certainly being pressed by the community to get more kids in full time. The only reason why anybody has a hybrid setting right now is the spacing requirements, the social distancing. And the social distancing basically creates a finite square footage, and how many kids will fit in there with that required distancing. It remains in effect now, and it is going to be in effect for the remainder of this school year. And communities are really struggling because, and I understand that this has been a very hard thing for everybody. I bring it up because not knowing what next fall might look like, might they need to continue to expend federal funding to expand space, to expand staff, because there may be still a 3 to 6 foot minimum requirement between and among children next year, but we don't know that for sure. And wouldn't you hate to be the person that squandered it on a huge awning or a big, whatever, when you could have increased your summer programming capability? And so they're trying to make very challenging decisions under unknowable future circumstances, if that explains why some money is still unspent and they're waiting until they know the most, because new information becomes available every week on this virus. And so
that's very helpful. Thank you so much.
I have Representative Millette followed by Representative Salisbury. And can everyone hear me? I keep getting weird audio levels. Okay, good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm looking at that chart that the department provided. Thank you very much around the federal funding. The question about the set aside, can you explain what that is, how that's been spent, and if there are any funds left in those amounts as well? Thank you.
Yes, and I believe it's up to 10%. And then the first ESSER round, we didn't set aside the full 10% for the state. Instead, we set aside less and provided more for the local school districts in case they had to spend more on the local private schools that also were required to get equitable services from those federal funding sources in ESSER 1. And usually the set aside is used for statewide projects, and it's used for the cost of administrating and managing the funds. And that will, when you look at our organizational chart, and there's a lot of new blossoming red color-coded positions, many of those are a result of this federal fund needs somebody to manage it, and that federal fund, there, you know, it just, so those positions are covered in the state set aside. Also, the types of things that we have so far included in our state set aside projects include, we've contributed some to overseeing the development of Moose. That's that statewide available platform for remote learning for students and their families and teachers, even to maximize learning time through project-based interdisciplinary units online as an alternative to the canned online curricula that you can find elsewhere. We also utilize state set-aside funds for the development and provision of SEL for Me, which is a K through 12 social emotional learning curriculum. It's amazing. If you haven't checked it out, you got to go in there and look at the units that are videos that help create an every week lesson for students in high school all the way down to pre-K and K, and that educators can use in the classroom to spring from and to extrapolate throughout the week and practice these skills and understand those concepts. And also families at home are able to access it. A couple other examples, I think was actually, I'm not sure if anybody from the federal team can describe some of the other things that we've thus far used it for. Certainly professional development for the field. There are a lot of things, and I don't have that in front of me right now. I apologize, but those are the examples. So that's what you would use a state set aside for, would be statewide efforts to support everybody.
So is there roughly how much is still available for the state to use?
And JC can maybe pop on there.
I don't have that right in front of me, but I can certainly look it up and get back to the legislative analyst for you.
I think Elaine has it.
Okay, she does.
So ESER 1, all the funds are obligated, they're just not all spent. On ESER 2, we just got the grant, so we don't, I mean, we still have that, of course, left. We're creating a budget now for that set aside. So all of 2 is left, all of 1 is obligated. I can't tell you, my computer's acting up, so I can't see. I think the commissioner touched upon most of the things in that budget. And I'd tell you if I could get in my computer, but it's slow this morning.
We can always have to circle back when you're able to pull that up once your computer's active, and we can come back to that if that's easier.
Yeah, and so CRF 1 and 2 as well would be great.
I can answer that one. CRF 1 is all obligated. And I think a lot of that's actually all spent too. And CRF 2, we didn't have, the only thing we had in set aside was $8,000, which was to use to update our management system, our GEM system, so that people could submit bills. That was the only set aside, and that has been spent.
Oh, okay. I think Representative Salisbury, you are ready to go.
I froze up there for a moment. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Macon and your team for answering all these questions. Quite the process here. Speaking from a new person looking at all this, my head is spinning. I can't imagine how you guys are. And I hate to back up for just a quick second. I just wanted to clarify about the original CRF. I knew that originally it was December 30th and then it got changed to in January. But did you mention that it also had gotten pushed out further? Or
no,
January?
Yeah, the original CRF got pushed out until, oh, JC, you just said it. Is it the end of yeah, I think it's December 31st of 21. So it's still time sensitive. It's
Oh, sure.
one of the shortest lived funding sources.
Okay, and then the rest are in September of 2022 and then September of 2023.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's on the chart that you have, but we're also receiving receiving $12 million for a program called EANS, and that is specifically for the private schools in the state of Maine. And the state Department of Education will be having to manage that program and meet with the private schools and procure the things they need and want and make sure that the services get provided to them.
Sorry there, my Zoom also froze there for a split second, so fingers crossed this is not a bad omen for tech. Any further follow-up on that, or I think we're ready to move on to the next question.
Okay, there's a question, about the organizational chart. And I wonder if somebody has it that they could share their screen. I don't have it on this computer, but if you wanted to go through the entire organizational chart, or I can describe some of the major changes that we made. I know you all have it in front of you. What we've done over the past.
I was just going to say, starting at the high level, and then we can drill down if we have different questions, because I know different members have them. So if we just want to start right where I think you were kicking off from.
Would you like me to share my screen with it up or no?
That'd be great, actually, if you wouldn't mind doing that, Ms. Rissler. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. So in broad strokes, what we did when we first, over the past 2 years, frankly, we've done over the past 2 years is to try to rebuild capacity within the department. It had been fairly pruned over the past decade or so. And we had a lot of significant work that we needed to do to organize and align the workforce within the department to support our overarching goals and priorities. One of the things we did right off was to start an Office of Innovation that is an echo of the Governor's Office of Innovation and the Future. And if any organization should have an Office of Innovation in the future, I would say it should be education. And thank goodness we did have this in place, because we, of course, had no idea we would be facing the emergency that we did face. And the work of that department supports, and I'm just going to see if I can, that department is, it's not a department, that office within our department includes MLTI, learning through technology, 2 or 3 we got another large federal grant that I don't know if it was reflected in your printout, but we got $17 million to support Project Rev, which was a design of the innovation team to provide professional development in innovation engineering and design thinking for all educators and school leaders across the state, and to increase the professionalism and to engage educators in research and development around their practice in a way that hasn't, that's actually been stifled over, the past couple decades of federal mandated stuff for schools to implement. It's taken away the professionalism. That grant also is going to provide schools with grants to implement their own designs that are alternatives to what we now think of when we think of hybrid and remote learning, and our designs and developments that are going to be crafted by Maine educators and school leaders will be shared nationally with others. So we're really going to be at the forefront of innovative practice in response to this particular emergency, which is kind of great. They all, in addition to all of the digital literacy, which is a huge thing right now, where truth in and of itself is in question, and kids really need the ability to do the critical thinking and examining sources and weighing what is and what isn't actuality, all of those types of resources all fall within this new Office of Innovation. And then another large office that we developed, we had a federal grant from the previous administration, and we reutilized it. We kind of beefed that up to create something called the Office of, well, the office, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. We also created an Office of School and Student Supports through reorganization of many different positions that we moved many from the Office of Learning Systems into the Office of School and Student Supports. This office provides support to the field in everything around truancy, engagement, homeless students, mental health supports, health and physical education are also within there. Also, our school nurses are supported by our school nurse specialist within this whole entire Office of School and Student Supports. And that is also where Bear Shea's position is, and he will be, it's everything you're talking about when you're talking about the community school model from just earlier in our conversation. And an offshoot of that is the Maine School Safety Center. That was what we created with repurposing an existing federal grant. It was a school safety grant. We created the Maine School Safety Center using all federal dollars, and it started off as a fairly small staffing-wise program, and they had just gotten off the ground with providing support for schools and districts across the state in developing their emergency preparedness and response plans prior to our knowing that there was about to be an emergency, thank goodness. And they also were sharing statewide best practices for trauma-informed practices and restorative justice options versus, always suspending and out of school stuff. So those types of supports were being provided. And then we experienced the COVID emergency, and that work had to be generalized quickly. The team thus far has rebuilt what were non-existent connections and partnerships with MEMA, and that happened just prior, again, to this emergency. A lot of this, we're so grateful that the team was so foresightful to put these pieces into place. And they are currently doing trainings and technical assistance across the state in such things as police and school interactions, helping people to understand what needs to be in an MOU in terms of having an SRO, School Resource Officer program. And what else are they doing? They're working across departments with the Department of Corrections on a grant to spread the use of restorative justice as a response to student behavior, and so many other things. There's, like working, helping schools to create collaborative planning teams to be responsive in the context of this emergency. And the additional staff members have been covered through the federal grant, which will run out in 2023, I believe. And the two lead people in the organization, we feel that this office needs to exist in the Department of Education in perpetuity. And we're hoping that one of our initiatives, you may ask about it in a future question, and if not, you might as well know, 2 of those positions are in our budget to be included within the state's budget so that they will be able to continue this type of work on into the future after the grant ends. What else? I'm trying to think where else we reorganized. I think those were our major reorganizations. Do you have any specific questions about the offices that we created? And by the way, in the last biennium, we did request, I think, maybe 38 new positions, and we were not provided with those. We were provided with a much smaller number of new positions, and some of those were for the EUT and for the CDS program, but within the actual department, what I found when I arrived is a lot of people had a title plus another title, plus another title, plus another title. They were in charge of this program, that program, this program. And it's still pretty much that way. When I talk about an office of innovation, I'm really talking about, you know, a handful of people. So we had to do this reorganization. We did it with mostly, I mean, I don't know what the percentages of these have been created either through federal funds or through reorganization using existing resources and the few additional positions that we were granted in the last session.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Macon, with these positions, and thank you for explaining the different positions that were added. My concern is that a lot of these positions and these things that have been added due to federal funds and funds that have been received related to the pandemic, what happens when they're gone? When in the next budget cycle, when we don't have access to these federal funds, and clearly there are important positions that we know that that have meaning and will be very helpful, especially when everybody gets ready to go back to school. But what do we do when the federal money is gone? How do we plan for that?
So yes, and so with all federal funds that come in, especially those, let's talk about the impermanent ones. There are the ESEA federal funds that continue their programs, like the title grants. Those will continue on. The emergency federal grants and the competitive ones that we applied, that we went and reached out for, those are the ones you're talking about. And an example of that would be the one that funds the Maine School Safety Center, as most recently discussed. And my computer just did something really weird too, so maybe we are having tech issues. But so in the case of the Maine School Safety Center, there's emergency work that has to get done now. We're building capacity. The goals of that particular grant are to build capacity in the department and to build capacity in the field for improving safety and emergency response and et cetera for schools. Much of that work is done through technical assistance, training, helping people get their plans up and running, helping people to develop their community-based partnerships to support safe schools. And then some of that work, as reflected in our ask for the 2 permanent positions here, would be ongoing. And so in the case of this position, or this particular grant, 2 positions we recognize should have been all along in the department, and thank goodness we have them now through the federal funding. A lot of the other positions are doing, they're doing work that will be completed in providing sustainability, I guess, within the department and within the school districts. And 2 of them we're going to certainly need to continue the work forward. So that's one example. The emergency response grant funds hopefully are going to see us through. Right now, all of the red, the newer, and you might even see vacant because they're brand new as a result of a new federal funding source. Those are positions that are limited period positions, generally speaking, and they are to help us to receive and to make available to the field and to manage the different funds for the different grant programs that came through the emergency. And so those, we wouldn't need those after the grant funds expire because they're to manage the grant funds and reporting specifically. And then our one amazing competitive grant, the REV project, I guess we'll have to see what happens there, but we have, I think, 2 positions in REV that are charged with getting information and enthusiasm spread across the state so people really do engage. We have had a tremendous response thus far in these professional development opportunities and to begin to create alternative models for education. And whether this becomes a self-sustaining program or the work gets done and now we have the models and that remains to be seen because we are in the very first part of that particular grant.
Do you follow up, Representative Salisbury?
Just that I'm sure it is. I know that, I'm, like you mentioned, I'm beginning our work here in Westbrook to start our budget. And that's always the first conversation that we have. How do we avoid a cliff where we're adding positions and we're adding resources and we're relying on outside funds that we know are going to be gone? So we don't want to make promises about positions, and we don't want to rely on something that won't be there forever. And I hope that we can continue that part of the conversation from, the state level too. Thank you.
That's really excellent points all across the board. And hopefully we were able to answer at least where we're at with those pieces.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, when the School Safety Center was first conceived, whoops. My apology. I'm sorry, I somehow lost video contact with the world there. When the School Safety Center was first conceived and started out, was it not designed to shore up school safety in regard to hard target or soft target awareness for intruders, something along that nature? That seemed to be, from what I heard at the time, that was the primary reason for that.
Yep. In fact, that was one of the primary reasons for the original grant in the first place. And the Safety Center has carried forward that work, and they have done those trainings, and they're continuing to develop those across the state.
I guess what I'm getting at is, first of all, back when that was implemented, I was wholeheartedly against it, for the simple reason that a student in the state of Maine is 15 times more likely to be hit by lightning than to be involved in some type of school hostage situation. So I didn't see the data behind the thing. But now that whole operation seems to be switching over to a lot of mental health services, that type of thing. And I'm wondering if where does that fit in with other places in the department that are already set up and designed to do that? It seems like we created an institute for one purpose, and now it's along comes a disaster or a pandemic, so let's just switch our entire role of what we were designed for.
I wouldn't say we switched as much as we expanded tremendously the scope of that work. And the Maine School Safety Center does reside organizationally within the Office of School and Student Supports that does. So for example, Jonathan Shapiro, who is the director of the Safety Center, works in tandem with Bear Shea, who's in charge of like the mental health and social work pieces of this. And I think what it does is it speaks to our department's nimble and flexible approach to recognizing that it's not about hardening school. Many times people are talking about hardening schools, with arming officers and having bulletproof glass and locking every door, and all of those are, just, and I agree with you, the data on school violence is it is what it is. I think we have taken that a whole, just so many generations past there, so that we are including everything from social emotional safety and mental health, but also safe practices for there. Not all school safety is related to a school shooter potential event, right? And so it's all of those pieces. Upgrading such things as, even responses to fire or other drills that are required, using more plain language instead of code blue or, different code words that hadn't been very effective nationwide. We're really trying to up our game and to equip the state with the most up-to-date best practices for all of those scenarios, including, just by chance, a pandemic. So.
Any follow-up, Representative Stearns, or?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Representative Millette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to provide a little clarity about how this came into being. There were a number of bills around a school safety center that we heard in committee. And based on testimony that we were provided by not just from the department, but from other stakeholders, it was clear that the hardening of schools, quote unquote, was not necessarily the sole reason for this center, that there were other issues involved, trying to address, and this is what from the experts, from the law enforcement experts, that we had to address those issues that create situations where school is not safe. And I'm struggling a little bit for the words that it wasn't used for the social emotional wasn't used, but that was that's the kind of the baseline, which was bullying, climate, mental health, etc. And so the committee was very clear that when we went forward with the school safety center, it wasn't just about hardening, that it had to be more. So I actually remember it just a little bit differently the commissioner does. I don't believe that under this administration it's been expanded hugely. I think that what's happening is that it's being appropriately aligned, and folks that are working on this issue are coming together to provide a comprehensive approach to this issue, and a recognition that it's systemic in nature. So I'm very appreciative of the fact that the department recognizes that these are all interrelated, and need to be approached as such. We actually want to avoid ever having to harden our districts, and rather take a much more proactive approach. So yeah, indeed, it has expanded under the pandemic. I would expect that probably, at some point, maybe that will go back to a more natural equilibrium to what we were discussing in committee. But as far as I'm concerned, that what the commissioner described reflects the intent of the committee when we passed the bill.
Thank you. Any further statements or questions? Not seeing any. Commissioner, I'm trying to pull up the document, but if we want to jump right back in, I just told the document we're working off of.
Yeah. The next one was the question about teacher retirement, and I would invite JC Holmes to share what she learned from Maine PERS just recently.
I contacted a colleague there, and I think it was Representative Fay on appropriations that asked the question about, are there trends, and also what has been the rate of retirement. So she sent me Friday night. I believe you have two documents. One is the legislative memo, which talks about the teacher retirement sort of costs, and then gives you a chart of the retirements from 2016 to 2020, and then what they're estimating as possible teacher retirements from 2021 to 2025, as she's noted, with no consideration for COVID impacts. And then you also have a chart of the history of the teacher pension costs from 2008 all the way up to 2023, giving the teacher normal cost rate, the teacher paid costs paid by local units, the UAL, and the rate, and also the UAL costs. I think any questions that you might have about these teacher retirement documents could probably be forwarded to Hillary, and then I can send them off to my colleague at Maine PERS for any responses or clarifications.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Representative Brennan?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Holmes, two questions I think you can answer. One's just kind of a statement. We have gotten some information and indication from MEA and surveying that they're doing that they expect there to be more teachers have indicated that they would be retiring than maybe is indicated by peers at this point. But that's just another piece of information. But the question I wanted to pursue on the retirement, just to make the point, was that in 2012, 2013, quote, 50% of the cost of teacher retirement was transferred to local school districts. Is that correct?
I would have to clarify that with Joanne, or perhaps Joanne can answer that question. That's not part of my current wheelhouse at the moment.
Okay. Is Joanne available? Yes.
Am available. Good morning. Yes, the normalized cost, what we call the normalized cost of teacher retirement, was placed into the school funding formula. And the 50% assumption comes from the fact that the state would pay at least 50% of the costs. We're at 51.78 in this year.
Right, but the point that you just made, that since it goes through the school funding formula, those communities that are high receivers got disproportionate relief relative to those that are low receivers, so that in the more extreme cases, if a district was a 70% receiver of state funding, they got 70% of the cost of retirement paid for. And if a community was a 15% receiver community, they had to pick up 85% of the cost of teacher retirement.
Sure. When we talk about 50% shares, we're talking at a high level in total. Just like when we talk about the state pays 51.78% of the total cost of education right now, that's in total. Each school administrative unit is indexed based on their factors to a state share percent.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To follow up on Representative Brennan's comments, actually, he and I, a couple of years ago, had the exact same bill in that would have restored that to what it had been for the previous 70 years. That was a state-borne cost. I'd like to take this moment to express my disappointment that the administration has not chosen to include that in part of their budget to get that back where it belongs. Anyone who knows where I come from knows that I fight passionately for the high receivers, for the poorer communities. However, this particular piece was egregious toward the low receiving districts, and it was just simply not fair. So I would hope that in future budgets, any future administrators or chief executives out in the woodwork would consider bringing that back to the appropriate place in the state budget where it belongs. It provides immediate property tax relief. And I'll get off my soapbox.
No, soapbox very much appreciated. Thank you, Representative Stern. Any further questions on this? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize earlier. I don't think I thanked you for recognizing me as I was struggling with my mute button thingy. So thank you doubly. My question just has to do with a bit of clarification about the 2.75% in the career and tech regions. Please. Thank you.
I'll take that one. So for career and technical schools in Maine, we have centers, as you know, and we have regions. These centers are funded through the ED 279 process. So those normalized costs are built into their parent unit. For example, Westbrook is a center. Westbrook's ED 279 reflects that. CTE regions are, while we do pay for them directly, they are not subsidized through a 279 model. So that's not part of that. Make sense? Sort of.
Notes being taken, so I'd say that's a good sign. I think we're all set. Okay, moving forward.
Okay, thanks. So this next one is regarding an allocation of existing federal funds that would allow us, the Department of Education, to access the federal funds. The allocation allows us to use the funds. We got them from the federal government. We're requesting permission through an allocation to use them to reimburse schools for their increased cost of providing student nutrition. So that's what this is. It's not requesting additional general fund. It's just requesting permission to utilize the federal student nutrition funds to reimburse schools. And Joanne, I don't know if you want to elucidate further on that one. Thank you.
I don't think so. I think you explained it very well. It's just setting up the allotment so that we can use the federal funds. In the past, Elaine might actually have more information. In the past, that has not been done, and her teams had to perform financial orders, which is quite time consuming and effort that is not necessarily needed. So this is the normal business as usual procedure to use for this.
Seeing no further questions, on to the next question on the document.
Okay. So the next one is the net change in personnel in the department. And it says here that we have 6 new positions, including, well, I'm not going to read because they're just like very generic titles. Oh, and it's a net increase actually of 5 positions because 1 coordinator position is being eliminated as part of the reorganization. And I believe maybe Elaine provided that response. And Elaine, is that over the past 1 year or over the past, or just what we're requesting in this new budget?
That's for FY22.
Got it. Okay. Any questions about?
Not seeing any hands going up.
And just to clarify, Elaine, are some of these covered by federal funds, or are these all new? Are they reorganizations, or are these new additional positions that?
Of the 6 positions, 3 of them and continue by financial order that we established by financial order. They're continuing them. Those 3 positions are, I can't remember what fund they are. They may be all general fund. The other 3 are the ones you talked about earlier in the Maine School Safety Center. Those would be those 3.
Got it.
To equal the 6.
So it's a combination. Okay, thank you. And at the end of the day, within the reorganization, elimination of things, our general fund increase with respect to personal services altogether was?
It is 5. General fund is 5.
Okay.
It's 5. Yeah, but the increase related to that nets to you. I believe you said the net increase was almost 0.
No, the increase was the 5 in general funds.
Okay.
We had a couple other, yeah, that's the net.
Okay.
I didn't talk about general fund, not general fund positions, federal ones. We have a couple of eliminations. I mean, 1 elimination.
Got it.
No, I'm sorry. The elimination was general fund. Sorry.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if someone could explain to me how a position gets created by financial order. I'm just out of the information loop on that one. How does that work?
Do you want me to do that?
Yes, that's Elaine's wheelhouse.
Yeah. So getting positions, you have to put them in the legislature every year. But if you need a position when the legislature is not in, you can, by statute, create, establish them through a financial order. Those positions, though, can only last for 2 years. They either have to end within those 2 years or be continued like we are today doing those.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, seeing any further questions? Seeing none, moving on. Commissioner Macon, you are on mute.
Sorry about that. So that is the question regarding the alternative breakfast delivery, and has the pandemic impacted the amount of funds being accessed? Our guess is yes, because compared with, yes, because right now everybody has had federal funding available to make extraordinarily flexible and creative attempts at getting all the school nutrition meals, including breakfast, to kids, whether remotely or in person. It has removed this initiative, if you remember, was going to allow for food carts to be used so that kids could grab breakfast on the way in, so that there wouldn't be a stigma that you were a free breakfast kid going to the right when everybody's going to the left upon entering the school. The fact that we were able to provide last spring and this year as well, 100% free nutrition services for all children, and schools have been able to be reimbursed for those costs through the federal flexibility waivers that we've received, have kind of negated a real need for that because everybody gets it. So I think that the pandemic has impacted access of these funds because it has not been as necessary.
Any questions on that portion? Seeing none, next one.
All right, so the 11 budget categories in GPA, how have they changed over the past few years? It's all available on our website, and I would invite specific questions around this, and Joanne is available to explain some of those, the budget categories or the items within GPA.
Real quick, Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Joanne was probably saying, why on earth does that guy want to bring that up? Because he knows right where those categories are. And she and I have discussed this often over the years. But for folks, if you look at the link on the answers to the questions that came out, to me, that's a really important historical chart. It shows the 11 categories in which money can be expended in education in the state. And I took the opportunity a couple of days ago to look at those. And overall, in the last decade, it's up around 24%, which makes sense. That's around 2.4% increase overall in the expenditures averaged out annually. However, the one that continues to concern me and the real outlier there is the special education over that same decade is up over 43%. And regular classroom instruction remains stagnant, and actually regular classroom instruction as a portion of the overall spending is down by a couple of percentage points. I'm not an anti-special ed person, but at some point we as a state have to grapple with the idea that the special education category of spending is far outpacing every other category that we have in education. And it's either, there could be a variety of reasons, but the last time we really took a look at that was under the Baldacci Gendron administration. And they tried very much to pare that back, and they were smacked down in good shape. But at some point, we have to examine that. It's my opinion.
Thank you, Representative Stearns. I don't know if anyone wants to respond, but if not, we have Representative Millett.
We have a recent MEPRI study on the special education component that might be really interesting for you to take a look at, and it's linked on the website.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative Millette, followed by Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one thought that comes to my mind, Representative Stearns, following the presentation by PCG around CDS and how Maine has one of the most stringent qualifying requirements for that age group, has created concern for them and many others over the years that we are underserving that population. And the earlier you get to these issues, the less long-term expenses you face. So I would hope that as a state we can get rid of those wait lists, perhaps expand our qualifications a little bit more. So by the time these kiddos hit our public schools, we wouldn't need to be in creating services for them at that point, that the issue, or at least the need for services is less. But I think the fact that we have underinvested in those critical early years is probably reflected in those higher special ed numbers in pre-K through 12.
Thank you. I'm trying to remember. I think Representative Brennan, did you have your hand up next, followed by Representative Stearns?
Yes, but I just, that seems to be the best place to ask the question of Ms. Allen or even the commissioner. But the first year of the biennium, you're recommending $22 million increase in GPA, which represents, I don't know what percentage, but it's not a full 1% increase. It does continue to move us towards 55%, but not in great leaps or bounds. And then the second year of the biennium, there's just an additional 22 million to cover the first 22 million in this year biennium. So at this point, you haven't made a recommendation for funding for the second year biennium for GPA, but the expectation would be that you'd be making a recommendation in the supplemental budget for 22-23 and not at this point.
Yes, that is our plan, is to make that recommendation in the supplemental. And we recognize that that it is that we moved forward in our percentage toward the 55, and we've reached the highest percentage of all time, and yet it isn't a full 1%. And a part of that, not the whole reason, but a part of that is because we had to inflate the cost of education through the formula adjustment that was previously discussed, thereby making it appear that our contribution would be a lower amount. That's one piece of it. We were pleased to be able to move forward at all, frankly, in this financial climate. And you're right. You're right. It's not a full 1%. We are going to be covering, I believe it's 51.83% of the cost of education. One other piece I'm just going to mention that if you look historically over the different years, most recently, and I'm not saying this is the way to go, it was disingenuous, but in recent previous years, the UAL had inflated the appearance that the state was contributing more of a percentage. We're contributing a very legitimate 51.83%, irrespective of the of that whole piece. It's worth mentioning, but yes, our proposal.
I understand, appreciate that. I just I'm not going to say it's unusual, but at other times there has been a recommendation for GPA that has been a biennium recommendation, not just a one-year recommendation. And right. So I think we have to keep in mind that $44 million that is in the budget is just a one-year recommendation. And either we can make an additional recommendation for the second year and certainly look to you in the supplemental budget next year to make a recommendation for GPA.
Yes, that's correct. Thanks for bringing it up. It's true. We're looking at the supplemental for that.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions? Seeing none, on to the next question. Getting near the end of the list. Oh, wait, Representative Stearns.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm afraid that the Commissioner, Representative Brennan, just lost me, which doesn't take a whole lot. So what you're saying is that the budget being recommended has around $45 million in it for year one of the biennium?
No, it has 22.5 for year one and 22.5 for year two, which is a placeholder that would, in these very uncertain times, we expect we would have to make an adjustment in the supplemental budget.
Okay, understood. But at this point, we'd be voting on a biennial budget with 22.5 in
each year.
And that may have an adjustment.
Madam Chair, if I could respond to that very quickly. Representative Stearns, you know, because it's a biennium budget, you have to double fund. So the 22 million in the first year represents the increase. The 22 million in the second year just covers the increase from the first year. So you basically have a flat funding scenario right now in the second year of the biennium. And that 22 million in the second year only covers the increase from the first year that's recommended at this point. So that's why the department, the expectation would have to be that they come back. Either we could make a recommendation for funding and the legislature could follow that this year. So there is a biennium number for the second year. But right now, what the department's recommending is flat funding in the second year.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, on to the next question.
So this is part C on page 5 of the language. Somebody requested a 10-year spreadsheet, and that has been provided in the link in your Q&A document. And I'm not sure if there were specific questions about it. And if not, there's the spreadsheet.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any hands go up, so I think just looking at the spreadsheet, and thank you for providing it.
Great. And the next question is about the two positions that I alluded to earlier for the Maine School Safety Center. And that's why I think that was pretty well covered earlier, unless you have specific additional questions regarding those positions.
Not seeing any hands raising up.
Everybody's getting hungry, aren't you? So we should have put all the hard ones at the end. So the next question is description of the COVID funds and the state set asides. Oh, we did that already, right? For CRF and ESSER 1 and 2. Mm-hmm. If there was more particular questions around that, that's in your spreadsheet of the emergency grant funds.
Seems like everyone's good. I'm seeing nodding, so.
National board certification. What are we paying teachers in the current year and for biennial years? This is funded by credentialing fees, how much is being collected, etc. And as you can see below, the supplement payments are in a table. What this is, for those of you who might be new to the Education Committee, National Board Certification is a rigorous professional development activity that many educators in Maine take advantage of. A few years back, legislation was passed that provides them with the teachers who are eager to take this, to engage in this professional development experience. It provides a scholarship to cover the costs of that. And once they complete it, there's another program that provides us, we reimburse school districts in the provision of a $3,000 or $5,000 stipend per year per teacher who has successfully completed this one particular program of professional development. So that's That's what this is. The question is, why does Part C reflect 307 and the National Board Certification Salary Supplement Fund reflect $335,000? I'm definitely going to ask Joanne to help answer those particulars.
So that one, Part C, just reflects the GPA portion. The other portion of the fund, which is the 307, the other portion of the funding is from that special revenue account, and that is not in Part C. So Part C is the GPA portion only.
Not seeing any hands going up. Oh, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I hope that as we move through this item, that it becomes clear to me what we need to do to make these teachers who have achieved board certification whole. I am particularly concerned that, as far as I would predict, there are teachers who are in the pipeline who will be joining this cohort. And I believe it was Grace Levitt's testimony from the Maine Education Association that this is going to result in a reduction in the stipends that teachers are receiving. So when it's appropriate, I hope someone will instruct me by saying, Jan, this is what you need to do, and here's how to do it. Thank you.
Think we're good? Okay, I think we have one last question.
Part JJ reflects a proration. And it says that the fiscal note from LD 1549 stated that the supplement, would either need more funding or would continue current practice of prorating. That's right. So this was just a part of, this was in legislation. Basically, it appears saying, and maybe it was in order to make sure that it wasn't hung up on a appropriations situation. I don't know why else this would exist in a bill, but essentially it says no more than $335,000 would be paid in each fiscal year, and that the amounts of the supplements, it states the amounts of the supplements, but it doesn't mention a proration in 13013A. Oh, and that's why this language was added. Okay, sorry. Yep, this clears up a conflict between what was in legislation. So it's a correction.
Representative Dodge, did you have your hand up? Okay. I think, do you have any questions or clarification around that portion? Seeing none, Commissioner Macon, I think you are right that coming up against lunch is definitely holding everyone's tongues. Well, while we have the department with us and keeping in mind what time it is, do we have any other questions for the department before we break for lunch? Seeing none, I do want to thank, Representative Millette.
No questions. I just want to thank the department for providing the information before our work session and then being available to talk about the information. It's been really helpful.
I want to echo exactly what Representative Millette said, and I think, definitely speaking on behalf of Representative Brennan and I and the entire committee, thank you for taking the time. We're trying to be deliberative and careful with our actions on this, and your time this morning and having this before the work session is greatly appreciated. So thank you.
Thanks so much. And my team, thank you to them. They are just amazing. And Chelsea, who you didn't see.
Well, thank you, Chelsea. And thank you to everyone here, and thank you, committee, for your good work this morning. We are going to be breaking for lunch. We'll be coming back at 1. We'll be doing sort of similar to what we've been doing so far, of having sort of report back and feedback from the higher ed and cultural affairs agencies, and just sort of getting a little bit more information. So while you're getting up and stretching and grabbing some food, definitely, think of if there's other questions that you might not have had a chance to ask during the joint hearing. This would be a great time this afternoon to go over those. Ms. Rissler, before we break, do you have anything you want to add?
If I could, I just wanted to add that we just received some materials from the Maine Community College System and Maine Maritime that I'm forwarding out to you now. So you might just want to try to check your email before we get back at one.
And Senator and Hillary, when we come back to one, we have the University, the Community College. Are we also planning on doing any of the cultural agencies?
You're welcome to. I'm not sure. I don't know that we have anyone who specifically requested to be at the work session, but I can certainly reach out to see if anyone's available if there are any questions.
Well, no, it's just, we should probably just cover it, given the fact that it's part of our responsibility, even though we don't have any defined questions at this point. And then is anybody for the Maine School for Math and Science going to be present?
Yes, Representative Brennan, at your request, I believe Mr. David Pearson had a request for the committee regarding the Maine School of Science and Math budget portion.
And that will relate to the budget and to the enrollment difficulties they have, not necessarily their bond issue.
That is my understanding, but that will be up to whatever they are presenting.
Okay.
That is our prerogative as chairs to remind them that we're here for the budget portion, not for the bond.
Right. Okay.
And just a reminder, for those watching and for everyone involved, we are getting into that season where many of us have to jump for bills. I won't be able to be here exactly at 1. The committee will be in the hands of Representative Brennan, and I know others do have some bills to present at 1. So just for folks, paying attention, you'll see people jumping in and out this afternoon. That being said, everyone get up, stretch, have some water, have some food, and we'll be back here at 1 o'clock to jump right back in. Thank you, everyone. I'll use my phone for the gavel. Hopefully that doesn't cause any more tech problems for the day.
So, Sam, did you make it Belfast this weekend?
I did, Representative. I actually went all the way to Acadia.
Wow.
Yep. We did.
Did you stop in Belfast?
Well, we went through it and we pulled up to the old professor's bookshop, but we were there early, so they weren't open yet. And then we actually ended up doing 10.5 miles in Acadia. So we got out at dark, and by the time we came back through, it was closed again. So we missed it both ways. But I know where it is now.
There'll be another time.
Yeah, a day when you're not outside, then it's a good day to go to a bookstore.
Well, it was not a great day to go much of anywhere. The weather was pretty bad.
Well, Sunday it was a little clearer. It was fortunately a little sunny and about 40 degrees.
So,
but yeah, Saturday was miserable. I didn't go anywhere on Saturday.
Okay. So do we have anybody from the university system?
Yes, Representative.
And we do have somebody from the community college?
Yes, Representative.
Okay. And then we have somebody from Maine math and science?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. And nobody from the cultural agencies?
I'm not as familiar with everybody's names, but I don't see any.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
Representative Brennan, I did hear from Sam Warren that Chancellor Malloy is in another meeting. So she's just going to have him come over whenever they're up. But if you want to start with Community College and Maine Maritime, that probably makes sense.
Okay. All right. Paul, so what we're going to try to do was start pretty soon, and we'll start with the community college and with Maine Maritime Academy, and then with the university system, and then we'll and the Maine School for Math and Science, and then we'll touch on the cultural agencies to see if anybody has any questions about that. Does that make sense?
Very good. So the intent is that we won't be doing any voting today?
Well, it's really a function of time. I mean, if we got done by 2 o'clock, 2:30, then we're hoping to get done by 3 o'clock. So if we do have time, we would, if we were to start voting, Hillary and I talked about it, it would only be in those cases where we had unanimous agreement and be able to move on fairly quickly. And then anybody would table something, or you could table anything that you wanted to have further discussion about.
Fair enough.
Okay, great. So Sam, you want to, well, let me see, who do we have here? We got 1, 2.
I think we need a
Can I ask
senator.
a quick question, Representative
Yep.
Brennan?
Yep.
I'm
We
sorry.
are streaming live, I believe.
Just a question about process.
Remind everyone.
Thank you. Just a question about process. So can you tell me a little bit more about voting? When you say voting on the items, we'll be voting on them, meaning what exactly?
Well, you know, Hillary earlier today talked about the templates that we have.
Yeah.
It's just, so it's voting in terms of what we would make a recommendation back to the Appropriations Committee.
Okay.
So, and again, we would only be voting on those things where everybody on the committee, we had agreement. And just for example, we would vote to move in funding for food programs or something. And so it would just be a vote to vote it in.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm. Thank you for that.
And if we thought we had some agreement that we could move through things, we will. If we don't, we'll have another time to move forward on things. We know that there are some areas that we've already identified that we want to have further discussion. And so those we would just end up tabling if they came up.
Thank you.
Okay, so we got Senator Woodson, which is good. So that means we can start. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're still missing Representative McCray. 1, 6, 7, 8. And so Senator Rafferty's gone, Senator Daughtry is gone, and we're missing Representative McCray. Okay. So I guess that gives
Dodge. Representative Dodge is not on yet.
Representative Dodge, that's correct.
And Representative Roach. Representative?
She should be back fairly soon. All right. Why don't we go ahead and get started, Sam, if you could take us live.
Yeah, we're already live, Representative.
Already live. Okay, great. So for those members of the public, I guess we'll call into session a work session of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee to discuss the biennium budget. And maybe real quickly, we'll just go through introductions again for anybody new listening in. And my name's Michael Brennan, represent District 36, which is part of Portland. And I would then go to Senator Woodson.
Dave Woodson, District 33, York County.
And Representative Millette.
Rebecca Millette, representing House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
And Representative Crockett.
Good afternoon, everyone. Representative Ed Crockett from District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
And Representative Salisbury.
Good afternoon. I'm Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
And Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which consists of 12 towns in the unorganized territories of Piscataquis County. And I wanted to mention that Representative Roche will be joining us. He had a bit of a schedule conflict, and he'll be joining us a little later.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Lyman.
Good afternoon, Representative Sheila Lyman from District 74, J, Livermore Falls. I'm part of Livermore. Thank you.
And Representative Sampson. Well, we know she's here somewhere. Okay, and again, we're assisted by our able OPLA analyst, Hillary Risler, and by our stellar clerk, Sam Baker. So Sam, at this point, I'd ask you to queue up somebody from the community college. I believe it would be Dave Degler.
Letting them in now, Representative.
Okay, and Becky Smith is with us as well. Welcome, President Degler and Ms. Smith. Thank you for being here. And obviously, we're following up on the public hearings that we had last week on higher education. And so we want to give you an opportunity to elaborate or expand on the comments that you made last week in the public hearing in regards to the biennium budget for the community college. So President Degler, I'll turn it over to you. And you can unmute yourself.
During that session, we were asked if we had a what I will quote as a shovel-ready list of projects that would be that we could undertake, and I indicated that we did. And so I think that Becky has been kind enough to distribute that list together with an overview of the demand that exists in our economy and in our communities. The healthcare workforce is in dire need. Goals around the governor's climate action plan require a workforce to support it. And then the list goes on. Our manufacturing sector, I think one of the things that I reflected on is this divide that's happening in our economy, where we're really losing low paying, low skilled jobs, but jobs with high pay, which require skills, are actually on the increase. So what we need to do is to be able to move people who are currently unemployment lines through some form of skill development and back into the workforce. And that's what those plans entail. And that is really the goal. And if we do that, Maine stands a very unique opportunity to really accelerate its economic growth in ways that we've struggled with before, because we'll be able to fill orders, we'll be able to have people come back and visit Maine safely and appreciate the state for all its natural beauty. We're seeing people move into the state and find it attractive for all of the same reasons, that, the COVID management and everything else. So there's a tremendous amount of opportunity, but that opportunity is going to require some, and these are words that legislators have used with me, targeted investment, bold plans and targeted investments. I do think that we have the tools and the skills to deliver, and I think the pandemic has really provided us with that opportunity to really step up and help support Maine and the communities around us as we've tried to recover from the viral impact and the pandemic. So I am happy to answer any questions that you might have. We've given you sort of layers of investment and what that might look like and what that takes in the way of skill development. One thing that I will mention, we haven't talked about as much as some of the other areas, is our work in the healthcare arena. We are working directly with the health providers. So we are talking about opportunities to expand nursing programs. We're also talking about creating, in partnership with the health providers, career ladder opportunities. So moving CNAs into potentially medical assisting roles, and medical assisting roles into nursing roles. The hospitals will help us design the exact steps, but that's exactly what we would be doing and talking about doing with them. And then bringing in short-term fashion, skills needed to develop, or skills needed for those non-licensure positions.
Okay. President Degler, thank you. Before we get to questions, if just two things very quickly. Could you briefly review the last biennium budget in terms of funding for the community college? Because I know that there was some effort to fund the community college in the first year biennium, but I'm not sure that you got any increases in the second year of the biennium.
We got a very, very small increase in the second year of the biennium. And so we're talking about our core operations. And I appreciate you mentioning that, Representative Brennan, because I do have to step forward and make sure that everyone recognizes the work that our employees have done, worked tirelessly nights, weekends, and throughout the summer to really try and make sure that our student needs were met and that our campuses were as safe as possible. That group of employees in the last biennium, they did get raises. We negotiated raises with them, but the appropriation gave us what was essentially a little more than 3% in the first year, and then ostensibly flat funded that in the second year. I will say that was true for the entire higher education portfolio. That was not unique to the Maine community colleges. One other piece that was true was that as the legislature departed in March, it appropriated $2.5 million one-time funds. So those were not permanent funds. And that was the money that was used to step up COVID readiness training, HVAC training, and the work that we did with learning facilitators in the education facilities.
Okay. And so what we see in the biennium budget now That's the base funding from 2019 or 2020?
That would be 2020. So from 2019 to 2020, getting my years. We are currently in 2021.
Right. Okay.
So from fiscal 19 to fiscal 20, there was a little more than a 3% increase. Then from fiscal 20 into the current fiscal year, that was essentially flat. Okay. So to re-reference you on that, if flat funding was sustained, and I'm fully respectful of the governor and the position she took and the knowledge that was available to at the time relative to state revenues and federal support, but we would be essentially carrying forward on 3 years of flat funding.
Okay. And lastly, in your memo that you sent to us, you talked about shovel ready or additional money, 3.3 million, 9.9 million, and 26.4 million. Can you quickly translate at least the 3.3 million into a percentage?
3.3 million. Yes, I can.
Well, I know you used to be the finance director, so that's why I could ask you that question.
Right. You'd be amazed at how quickly you lose those skills, though.
Senator Brennan, I don't have anything from Becky Smith.
Okay.
I have what was sent to us in the mail.
Okay.
But I'm not in receipt of anything.
Okay. Sam sent something this morning at 11 o'clock, which was the MMA. But Sam, can you resend that right now to Representative Millett?
Yes, Representative, and I'll make sure I resend it to the entire committee too.
Okay.
I have MMA. MMA is Maine Maritime.
Right.
I don't have the
community. There's a separate one for the community college.
I don't have that one.
Okay. So Sam, will you send that to everybody on the committee right now?
Yes, Representative, right now. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So President Degler, that gave you an extra second to work out that percentage?
You're right, it did. That's 4.6%.
That's okay. So 3.3 million would be a 4.6% increase for 1 year in the biennium.
Yes, it would.
Okay, great. Thank you. So at this point, there are questions from members of the committee, and I'll start with Senator Woodson. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Welcome. And looking at the chart that you sent out, I just received in the email there, the 3.3, 9.9, and 26.4 million. That lays out that there's like 4,750 jobs that could potentially be created with that extra money. Is that correct? Is that how I read that?
I think that that's correct. I might rephrase that a bit. Those jobs exist. They're available in the market right now. The candidates for those jobs don't exist because the skills aren't there.
Yeah. Okay. So that's about a $5,500 tuition cost. That's a pretty reasonable education and training. This is money that is necessary in order to provide this type of training for future workers. Is that correct? Is that what I'm reading?
That is correct.
Okay, very good. And is this the total amount of money that your institution is requesting? Extra money?
So our request that went into the governor was for a 3% increase in base appropriation and 7.5 million for additional skill development. There have been the reason for that format is there have been a lot of other considerations that have been floated and brought back to us. And so what we wanted to do is provide a level of responsiveness as to what that meant at those different investment levels. Does that make sense?
Yes, and what would the, if you got the 3% increase in the 7.5 million, what would the total budget be?
The 3% increase in the 7.5 million would bring us up to about $80 million in total appropriation.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I may have other questions as we go along. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Crockett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. President Dagler and Becky, of that 3% and 700 number, how much of that is in the budget that the governor has sent to the legislature?
None. The governor flat funded us.
Okay, so you are asking us to, obviously, we want to ask for that.
We want to ask for that. Yes, we do.
Okay, that's great, because I missed connecting with Ms. Smith the other day, because I think it's important that you ask for whatever you need. I understand there was some discussion going into it all, where all higher education basically took a 1% hit. At least that's how I understood it when it was presented a few weeks ago.
That is true.
And I know a lot of other departments are asking for more. And I think we'd be remiss if we didn't ask for what we thought we needed. So I'm glad to hear that that is included.
I appreciate that.
Representative Millette, did you get the email?
You know, I did. I apologize. It came in a format I wasn't expecting. I thought it was about job training and not about the budget, the way that it was characterized in the subject matter. So I did get it, but it is actually different than what we're talking about right now. This is in addition, correct?
Correct.
To what Mr. Dagler is saying, the community college system has requested in order to carry on existing operations.
Right.
This document talks about additional work investments that we could make to the 7.5 million. Correct?
Representative Millett, I might help you there. The document was actually in response to the question about shovel-ready projects and what training elements and where that might lead. The budget request was 3% for base operations and 7.5 million of additional money for workforce development. So these are different layers of investment that might go in and call them replace that $7.5 million of.
But that 3 million and 7.5 were requests that you made to the governor.
Yes, they were.
That she chose not to include in her biennium budget.
That's precisely right.
That's why you're looking at flat funding.
That is why we're looking at flat funding. That's exactly right.
So I have Representative Stearns and then Representative Millette for questions. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. President Dagler, my observation has been that there isn't any better institute than the Maine community college system for cutting through red tape and getting the job done. And with that said, I would ask you and encourage you that if you run into areas that need legislative approval of some type in order to cut through some of these licensure issues, those type things, please bring those forward. You know, I think of all these people on a jet airliner and the skipper has a heart attack and they come on the intercom and say, can anybody fly the plane? Mm-hmm. And a 10-year-old boy happens to have the software on his cell phone and he's landed that plane virtually 100 times. All of a sudden, that person is well qualified for that job. Burning Glass Institutes out of Boston has done an enormous amount of research on skill sets that exist that could be transferred to an entirely different job that a person might not even think of. And if they just had a few specific courses, they already have those intrinsic skill sets from what they've done with adult learners. So, and I'm sure you're well aware of that, but
I am. I appreciate that. I'm also well aware of Burning Glass, and they deliver a great deal of really quality information.
Tremendous information. And that, of course, takes these dollars that may or may come and utilizes them to the greatest extent. So continue the great job is all
I really appreciate the voice of support, Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Representative Stearns. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to make sure I understand the 3% base of operation for base operations. What is that in terms of funds?
$2.1 million in $2.147 million in fiscal 22, and then another $2.2 million for a total of $4.3 million in fiscal 23.
That 2.2 is on top of the original 2.1?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for the president? President, if I could just ask you one other one. In this document that you sent us, and it had healthcare, green economy, manufacturing, is there any priority for you in terms of those sectors? If we were to make a recommendation, would you pick one sector over the other, or are they all equal to you?
So I have two answers to that. If you appropriated, say, $7.5 million for additional workforce development, we would go out and work with businesses, and it would come out looking about like that. If you direct us as a policy matter to focus our investments in a particular sector, we would do that. But quite honestly, Representative Brennan, I'm not in the position to really make a policy decision about where the highest need is. We work closely with businesses, and we do everything we can to fulfill their needs. The demand in our economy right now is very intense. The demand for training, the demand for skill development. We are working with businesses across the table, including the hospitals, to stretch those funding, to stretch those dollars, and really to share in costs. The hospitals are dedicating clinical faculty into clinical sites to help stretch the dollars and doing all kinds of other work. So our work is really gauged based on, under the Maine Quality Center program, the state's ability to return on its investment of those dollars. But I would not be the person to make a policy decision about where those investments were made. Does that make sense? It was kind of a round.
No, I understand that, but obviously we have limited dollars, and coming up with 7.5 might be difficult, but some other number might come, and then that's a question of where those monies would be invested.
And what we would do, quite honestly, is work within each one of those sectors to stretch those dollars as far as possible.
And my last question, when you came before us last time and did a presentation, your last comment was that you were very afraid for the next generation of Maine students, particularly those in rural Maine, because you'd seen a reduction in the number of students in rural Maine that were applying to higher education, and in particular the community college. Could you expand on that a little bit more, or talk a little bit more about what you might be doing to try to mitigate that trend?
We are actually doing a lot. We are reaching out, working directly with school counselors, trying to identify students who are falling out of what's happening there is, and I think that trend will reverse itself, but those students do not feel successful in remote instruction. They don't feel successful in this kind of environment. So we are talking about our fall instruction. We're talking about taking everything we've learned over the course of the last almost 1 year now and applying that to make sure that our classrooms remain as safe as possible, but that we can connect directly with students in the most personal kind of way. And
Right.
so that's the first and most basic step. The second step is to work very closely with school counselors to identify students who are fading away. They're turning off their Zoom cameras, they're absent from their high school classrooms, others who are now currently in the economy and not working closely, and try to bring them into our short-term training programs. And we are building a platform that allows those short-term training programs to keep us connected with those students, reconnect through our partnerships with the businesses, give them advanced skill development, and really build a portfolio that gives them a very short path to a degree. So it's some really old school stuff and some really new school stuff, but we are very focused on that portion of Maine's high school students who are not moving on. They are honestly, if to the extent that you describe someone through data, always a dangerous thing. They tend to be young men from rural schools and low-income households.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And thank you for talking about those efforts, because obviously it's important to try to get as many students as we can engaged in not only high school, but going on to the community college.
And you know, if I can for just a minute, I know this isn't the place for preaching and stories, but I talked just last Friday to one of those students who was just scared to death about coming into a college classroom. She has moved on. She's currently at the University of Maine at Augusta and has aspirations to get a PhD.
Great.
She registered for class 4 times before she sat in her first community college classroom.
Wow, great. Well, thank you very much for sharing that with us. Again, any questions from members of the committee? Okay. Well, President, thank you very much, and we look forward to speaking with you shortly about a number of different things.
Thank you very much. And you know, you're available. Becky and I and Pam are available to all of you anytime. If you have a question, if you want to dig down and understand something more deeply, we are very happy to talk with you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, Sam, at this point, are we going to go to President Brennan?
If you would like representative, yes, I can bring him in.
Well, are the people?
I think Chancellor Malloy is with us as well, though.
Okay, so why don't we go to Chancellor Malloy and Ryan Lowe and Samantha Warren. Hello, Chancellor. Thank you for being with us today. And Ryan, it's always good to see you. Thank you for being here. And we're obviously going through the work session on the biennium budget, and we wanted to give you an opportunity to follow up and expand on what's in the budget relative to the university system. And if there's additional information or comments that you'd like to make, now would be great. And then obviously, if there are questions from members of the committee, we'd go through those as well. So at this point, Chancellor, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you. It's great to be with you again today. I very much appreciate the opportunity and look forward to questions. Obviously, you know, you folks have a tough job. The reality is that the pandemic has impacted the state of Maine. It continues to have an impact, and we're just part of that story. On the other hand, we're also a big part of the future story, and that is what happens to Maine in the next 5, 10, or 15 years. And clearly, we believe, and I think all of the reports that have been generated of late indicate that very much is tied to whether folks will have the credentials and degrees necessary to drive Maine's economy. We know, for instance, and I said this when I was with you previously, that a graduate of the University of Maine system pays about 49% more income taxes than non-graduates of folks who don't get those degrees. And we can very clearly see that economic development needs to be and will continue to be a driving force in Maine as it repositions itself. Much of that is dependent on the services that you fund through the community college, through ourselves as well. And as I did state previously, we've generated about 56,000 degrees in the last 10 years. That is a mighty investment that you've allowed us to make over that course. Now, having said that, I also pointed out that we've basically lost or had expenses to the tune of about $100 million as a result of the pandemic. And that's going to play out in our books and in our estate for the foreseeable future. We are very grateful for the federal money and the monies that went to the state that were also allowed to come to us to offset some portion of that $100 million in additional expenses and lost revenue, but it doesn't cover it. In fact, the remaining gap is the size of a good percentage of our institution's budgets. And total spending for places like Presque Isle and Fort Kent and the Maine Law School, all of that and others would be, in essence, unfunded as a result of the monies that we've lost. To go back 2 years, you'll remember that both the state and the university system entered into contracts with respect to employees. We have we're in that round now. But what happened a couple of years ago is the legislature funded the state's obligation on a multi-year basis and funded our obligation on a single-year basis with the invitation to come back and receive those funds. Obviously, COVID then interrupted that schedule. There was difficulty in having meetings. No vote was ever taken, and we were out those additional dollars. Some portion of that has been recovered, but not all of that. And now we're in negotiations. So it doesn't get easier. The reality is that we have these challenges and we're prepared to meet them. We, I think, responded well in the COVID experience by getting dollars out and returned to families in Maine quicker than any other public institution in the United States. And made sure payments were made under the original CARES Act to students in a timely fashion with respect to non-reimbursable expenditures. With that, I'm happy to answer questions. Ryan's with me and Sam is with me. I think we are pretty good at turning around answers if we don't know them on the spot.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chancellor. And I guess I would ask you and or Mr. Lowe, the same question I asked the President Degler. In the last biennium budget, there was a 3% increase given to the university system, but then the increase in the second year was missed because we didn't have a chance to come back and deal with the budget. So you had flat funding for the second year of the biennium, and the recommendation for this next 2 years in the biennium is also flat funding. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That is basically correct.
So again, if this budget were to pass as is, you'd be looking at 3 years of flat funding.
In essence, that's correct. Again, I don't want to be dismissive of the substantial contributions towards a portion of our $100 million tab, but yes, that's in essence the case. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. So Representative Crockett has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Chancellor Malloy and Sam and Ryan. Have we seen a breakdown of that $100 million loss hit? And if not, could we see a breakdown of what you've experienced as a result of COVID?
You certainly can, but just quickly, it's about $27 million for testing and cost with respect to isolation. It's about $26.8 million in lost room and board expenditures. It's about $30 million on the research function, and we don't know how that's going to be treated with respect to our outstanding obligations for federal research during that period of time. It's about $5 million in state curtailment and slot revenue reductions as a result of the economic conditions in the state caused by COVID. Some of that is offset to the tune of about $39.2 million from CARES Act and grants that have otherwise been made. And we anticipate some amount to come from the next CARES, an additional iteration of a CARES Act if one is to pass in Washington. Ryan, did I get that fairly correctly?
Yeah, I think those are the big categories. I know Sam has a detailed chart that we can provide the committee as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I had Representative Millette and then Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I apologize if this is in your testimony, but does the committee have what was requested by the university system to the administration?
Ryan?
I'm not sure. I think it was, I'm trying to recall, we were involved, as you would imagine, most state agencies were involved in conversations with the administration throughout the fall and the whole budget building process. So certainly in a normal year, and as we did our forecasting a few years ago, we would have anticipated asking for the same 3% increase that President Dagler talked about. It's what we asked for in fiscal years 2020 and 2021. I don't know that we literally asked for a 3% increase in 22 and 23 because at the same time we were getting ready to prepare our budget submissions, as part of that same exercise, the administration was asking us to prepare for the potential of as much as a $24 million a year reduction. And so, when you're being asked for $24 million reduction, turning around and saying, also, by the way, we'd like a couple of $10 million increases, didn't make as much sense. So I think when we put in our original budget submission, what we were hoping for as a best case scenario would be flat funding. It didn't reflect what our need was, but it reflected kind of the best case that we thought might turn out. And ultimately, we're incredibly grateful for the governor for at least initially putting us there.
Mr. Chair, follow up?
Yep.
Thank you. So as you know from prior to this conversation with the community college system and the upcoming discussion with Maine Maritime, this is the opportunity for the committee to understand whether the university has an additional request above what was established in the governor's budget. So I'm not going to beat around the bush here. This is what we're hoping to understand from you, just like we did from the Maine Community College system.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing, and certainly invite the chancellor to jump in, the biggest thing would be, I'll call it a restoration, but the 3% that we would have originally seen in Governor Mills's 2021 budget, if that would have been built into our base in 21, we'd have it here in 22 and 23, and while it wouldn't close the gap entirely, it would certainly be a huge assist. It would help cover some of those collective bargaining costs that the chancellor mentioned that we had in 2021. Without a corresponding increase in appropriation. So I think in the perfect world, that's where we would land for sure. Again, we're starting the 2022 budget hearings with our trustees right now. Even with that, we'd still likely be looking at some significant reductions across most of our campuses, but it would certainly mitigate some of that impact. So absolutely appreciate the question. The other piece would be infrastructure bonds. That's a piece where it doesn't require coming up with as much cash today, but that's a big issue for us, both for research and facility improvements. So we do have a bond request out there, and if the committee was looking for a place to advocate, I think that would probably be at the top of our list.
Great, thank you. Senator Woodson.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. I've got 3 or 4 questions. Do you have the data on the number or percentage of graduates from the University of Maine system that actually stay in Maine and work?
We have that data. I can certainly get it for you. It lags, but we can get you some data on that.
Okay, and also if you could, how does it break down as far as low, middle, and high income students that graduate? In other words, how does that break down as far as Maine students who attends and graduates from Maine? I'd be interested in looking at that. And
sure, we'll try to get you that information as well. I mean, we have a very high percentage of first-time or first-degree seeking individuals and families, a much higher percentage than other public university systems in New England, for instance. We have a very high percentage of our students receiving Pell Grants and are eligible. We have a large number of students who in some of our institutions are qualifying for a great deal of relief through Pell and other programs to come to us. What I would say to you is that we are the largest producer of baccalaureate, master's, and doctoral degrees. Doctoral degrees, about 98% of the non-medical doctoral degrees received are granted by any institution or granted by ours. So we can get you that information. What I would say, having perused that information in the past, if a student is educated in Maine, but coming from out of state, the best chance of having that person stay in the state is for them to have received their degree. So we have a disproportionate number of people that we can keep as a result of their 4 or 5 year experience with us in Maine, in placement through internships and the like with the corporate or business community in the state. And likewise, we retain a very high percentage of Maine students, Maine generated students who come to our institutions. One of the programs that we are earnestly seeking to make investments in is engineering. You've all heard about the shortage of nurses, and we've stepped up to fill that void. And that's a lot of Maine talent, Maine students who are going into our nursing programs, and a 12% increase in production of those degrees. But we're now concentrating also on engineering, understanding that engineers are retiring at a substantially faster rate than our institution's been producing them. And it is extremely difficult to attract engineers from other states to come to our state. So we have data in that regard as well. We'll try to get you a summary of that data, and Sam, you'll work with Ryan and others to make sure, right?
And yeah, thank you very much. If I may follow up on Representative Miller's question. I don't know exactly what she was requesting, but I'm looking for a figure. In other words, you talk about 3% increase. What is the total dollar figure? Are we talking $100 million, $200 million, as far as what your budget is?
Yeah, so I'll just go back to give you a little, maybe a 4 or 5 year window of, so you have all the numbers. So in what would have been, I guess, fiscal year 18, we started off with a fiscal year 19, we had a base of about 192 million. We got a 3% increase, so the same 3% increase that President Dagler was talking about in the first year of the biennium. That took us up to roughly the $198 million number that you see that the administration has for 22 and 23. So we were at 198 in 21, less about a $2.5 million curtailment. We're at 198 in 22 and 23. A 3% increase would take that up to 204 million. So 3% for us is about $6 million. And a second 3% increase is roughly another 6 million.
Okay, very good. And can you remind me, what is the bond? What's the bond consist of?
A couple of different projects. The chancellor talked about the engineering need. So these are all infrastructure projects across the system, focused in a couple of key areas. Engineering at the University of Maine. At the University of Southern Maine, it's the main center, so the professional graduate programs and the law school. And then at our 5 regional campuses, it's facility upgrades. So it's really just keeping up with some challenging infrastructure needs that we have. We've talked about this a couple of times with different committees, but we recently had our annual facilities report updated. Right now, more than 50% of the buildings across the University of Maine system, and it's roughly 500 buildings, haven't been meaningfully renovated in more than 50 years. The peer average for public institutions is about 18% of your buildings are over 50 years old, not the actual physical age of the building, but you can take an old building and upgrade it and reset the age. And more than half of ours haven't been renovated in 50 years. More than 77% of our residential facilities haven't been meaningfully renovated in 50 years. So we have some significant infrastructure challenges, and that's where the chancellor and the trustees have really put all of our focus. Is maintaining the buildings that we have, and in a few places where we have growing programs, making key investments in those facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
And thank you, Senator. Representative Crockett. You're muted. Ed, you're on mute.
I tried to take myself off mute. I wasn't unsuccessful. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Sam knows, I'm a proud Black Bear, and it was almost 50 years ago, actually just 40 years ago, that I sat in those antiquated buildings. So I certainly would, I certainly understand the need for the infrastructure. My biggest concern with respect to the UMaine system losing income, and Sam knows this is near and dear to my heart, is I'd hate to see the financial aid need gap. Currently, it sits around $5,500 annually for Maine students, widen even more. Are there any assurances that you can give that this burden to our students will not grow as a result of this crisis and likely shorter funds?
It's difficult to say that based on the statistics that Ryan just quoted you. The reality is we are we're not receiving the funds necessary to keep the status quo. And so we do our best. We understand that we lose students for financial reasons. It's one of the reasons that we're trying to be more responsive to students and getting them a clear road forward earlier in the process than ever before. We actually are telling students based on their family's income from the prior year what they can expect of us, rather than making them wait much later in that process. So I'm not. We assumed that we were going to get those monies for the second year of the contract. We didn't get them, and we lost additional monies, an additional 1%. So that although it's not a 10% hit, you know, a 3 or 4% hit is a substantial hit to us, and we're now in discussions with unions moving forward with respect to what future contracts will look like. So I hope that we can continue to meet the needs of Maine students. We do reflect if and when monies have to be, or prices have to be increased. We do build that into our assumptions with respect to student aid, however, so we seek to close it to the greatest extent we can. Ryan, you got to. No, you got
Yeah. I think if I could, certainly agree with the chance. It's really difficult in these economic times to make projections on a going forward basis. I think our tentative FY22 budgets are at least maintaining the amount of aid that we have. I think the best answer to that is really it's our track record. You know, in 2011, we were spending about 42 million in financial aid across the system. In our most recent 2021 budget, that was up to almost $93 million. We successfully managed almost 2 full years of a pandemic, at least from a budget, 2 fiscal years in the pandemic, and to date have managed to absorb on our end and with assistance from the state and the federal government, and not passed on any of those increased costs to students to date. So, you know, again, very challenging going forward, but certainly I think our track record of, you know, our trustees and our presidents is to mitigate those costs, and we see it in our debt numbers. I mean, looking back, the chancellor and I and others just participated in a budget meeting with Maine Law, for instance, on Friday, and the average debt load for their students has dropped substantially over the last several years. It's the same number that we've seen at Orono and that we're seeing it, quite frankly, at all of our campuses. So I think that's absolutely our attention going into these budgets. It's just a really challenging environment to try to predict much more than a year ahead.
May I just close the no, I understand completely. I appreciate the bind that you're all faced in. I just certainly want to say, as a again, a proud alum of the University of Maine, making sure it's affordable for our Maine kids, I think, should be everyone's top priority. And we know, and I think President Degler said, if not earlier today, in previous meetings, because of the cost of education, Maine kids are deciding not to go for higher ed. And I just see this as it's such a slippery slope, and I'm glad to hear that you guys are focused on them right at the top. So thank you.
What I would, if I could just add one thing, you know, we, as Ryan alluded, we're in our budget process, and as I sit before you, hoping that we will be funded at least at the number the governor has put in her budget, we really don't have a single university that yet has a balanced budget projected for next year. So the reality is we have a lot of work to do, and we appreciate the fact that we didn't receive a 10% or a 5% cut. But the cuts we have received have been painful, and looking forward without additional aid is probably more precarious than it's been of late.
So thank you. Are there any other questions? I have a couple, but first I want to allow Representative McCray, who just joined us, to introduce himself. You're muted, Dave. You're on mute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've been over in labor and housing since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm Dave McCray. I am up in a snowstorm in Fort Fairfield up in the county, and I represent District 148. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dave, we're covering higher ed, the university system at this point. So if you do have any questions, just raise your hand. But my questions more go again to the Chancellor, to Mr. Lowe. The first one being, what would be an inflationary increase for you?
It would be the. Sorry, go ahead,
Ryan, if I might, you know, our inflation is our cost of employees. That's the reality. The vast majority of our budget is that. And so we have suffered a 3% inflation rate this in the current budget year and not received funds for it. I guess is the easiest way to look at it. The vast majority of our costs are tied to employees. Ryan, you started, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, it was just going back to Senator Woodsum's question. So a 3% increase for us is $6 million in the first year, and it would be an additional $6 million if it was 3% on top of that.
Right, I understand that, but that 3%, as the Chancellor just said, that's primarily due to inflationary costs within staff.
It is. That's certainly one of the biggest contributors. There are cost increases in other places, as you would expect.
And my second question, have you talked to the governor, or have you thought about, there's level funding in the first year, but there could be a 3% in the second year, or 1% in the first year, and 2% in the second year, or anything of that? Or has it just been pretty much flat funding?
It's mostly been flat funding to date. We're certainly aware of the revenue picture. Some of you may know in my spare time, I chair the Consensus Economic Forecasting Committee. So I know revenues are doing well, but I know revenues can also go in the other direction as well. So if our committee and ultimately the Revenue Forecasting Committee forecast revenues up, we would love to be part of that conversation, but certainly nothing that we're counting on.
Okay, and lastly, I've seen a couple of different numbers, but in the President Biden stimulus package, there's been at least $130 billion set aside for education. I saw a number recently that was $160 billion. Is that almost exclusively directed at K through 12 education, or is there any money that's dedicated to higher education?
There is money in that package if it comes forward for higher education. I think it's about, correct me if I'm wrong here, Sam, maybe 29 million, I think was one of the estimates, split equally between institutions and students. So in the case of the student aid, we've typically just been a pass through. So the money comes in and we funnel it right to students.
But that's 25 million to the state of Maine for higher education?
No, it's a larger amount for higher education in general. The University of Maine system share of that, I think under the most recent estimate is somewhere in that $29 million range.
Okay, but is that 29 million also split with the community college?
Nope, that's just the University of Maine share. There would be a different allocation for the community college and presumably Maine Maritime.
Okay.
Out of that 29, isn't it 8.3 that goes to students, Sam?
So the American Rescue Plan includes, as it's currently stands, 40 billion for higher ed, and that brings about 55 million to the University of Maine system campuses, half of which has to go directly to students. So about, ballpark 27 million for our institutions. And we can get you the breakdown by institution in the state of Maine. But it's important to know, and as I know you do, that there are all sorts of restrictions tied to those funds. We're still finding out from the US DOE how we can use, the funds that we already have. So it's definitely not a blank check. And again, the priority is getting resources to students.
Well, that would be great if you could just send us the breakdown and what it can be utilized for. That would be helpful. And my last question to any one of the three of you, how is COVID-19, the testing and tracing? I know you've invested a lot of money and a lot of effort in trying to keep students safe. Has that been going fairly well since students have returned to campus?
Yeah, it has gone well. We went from first semester 2 tests and then screening. We've gone 2 tests and then a weekly test to all students, faculty, and staff who are coming to a campus. And that's a very large percentage of our total students, faculty, and staff. So it is a far more expensive operation this semester than it was in the prior semester. And we do appreciate the monies that have flowed from state government allocations of previous care packages to us to help cover that cost. Actually, our numbers are dropping. I think right now we have about 20 people in isolation as of today. That it fluctuates as more people go in, other people are coming out, and that sort of thing. We probably were in the top 5 safest places to be for public universities in the first semester. I suspect we'll end up in the same ranking with respect to that. Our students, our faculty and staff have been amazingly compliant and supportive of the steps taken to keep them in buildings. I mean, we have universities that 64% of the students are participating, at least in part, in live classroom or laboratory experiences. That's a percentage that people really can't even wrap their minds around in other states, and somehow we've been successful in doing it. My primary office is on the Orono campus. I never see a student anywhere on the property without a mask on. And that includes walking across the campus. And I wear my glasses, and I have to take my glasses off if I'm going to get my test, because they all get fogged up. And yet these young people are just the greatest. You should be very proud of the young people that you've sent us from Maine and that we've invited from other states to participate, because we couldn't have done what we've done. I just want to go back and say that when everything is said and done, we will be out of pocket to the tune of tens of millions of dollars, even after every reimbursement and every additional dollar that's come to us. And that is affecting our reserves. It's affecting our ability to budget. And as I said, as I sit here today, we don't have a single university that's projecting a balanced budget right now for the coming fiscal year.
Well, I'm sorry to say this. I know I said that's my last question, but I actually just want to follow up similar with President Degler. You had mentioned before in a previous presentation that enrollment numbers for in-state Maine students had dropped off. And I know there were a number of strategies that you're pursuing to increase that. Have those been working?
Yes, in January, we had about a 14% decline in applications from in-state. I think we've closed that to less, somewhere around 6%. We continue to work on that. I have to tell you that our matriculations, that is the folks that have filled out their paperwork, been admitted to one of our institutions and have agreed to come to one of our institutions, is up. But we continue to be concerned about the drag on in-state applications coming from students who really are just disconnected from their high school. The modes that they're learning are different. They may only be in a school 1 or 2 days a week. It is actually, I can give you the best statistic. Our early college numbers for both the first semester and for this semester are up substantially, 70% for this semester. The desire of students to have real learning opportunities, which they can't get in their pre-K through 12 systems in some parts of the state, they're coming to us. We had actually used almost all of the monies that were allocated for early college for the entire year. We had used most of that in the first semester. Luckily, some additional money has been allocated. We're 70% ahead on early college, and yet we're behind in applications on an in-state basis.
Okay.
And so one other thing we're doing is we're doing county by county by county days where we have everyone lined up, each one of our universities represented. We're answering questions. We're actually admitting in some cases people instantly because they can show us where they are or within 24 or 48 hours. So we're trying to turn all of that around. We had some good reaction up in Aroostook County where we had our first, but we're doing it county by county, place by place, all of our institutions at the ready. And that's how we closed it from 14.5 to about 6% currently.
Great, great. Well, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your answering these questions. I want to also thank you over the last several months, the bi-weekly updates you've been doing about what have been very helpful and very informative. And, really appreciate all the hard work that you've done during this pandemic to keep the university open and functioning. So we appreciate that. And we look forward to having you back sometime soon before the committee.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Representative Salisbury, did you have a question?
I was just going to say really quickly, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be that person that holds everybody up, but just an interesting fact, some more of a statement. My daughter's a freshman at the University of Southern Maine, and so she, she started her classes online, and then in mid of this semester, one of our professors invited them to come to class in person, and she said to me, "Mom, it's the first time I'm going to be in a classroom since a year ago March, a year ago this month." And I thought it was really interesting, like, so she hadn't been to any kind of an orientation at the university. Everything's been online, virtual, everything. So basically it was her first day on a campus, on college campus, was going to be this class. And it was actually a test, which I thought was a lot to take in. But, and I think about the students for next year, some of those students may have gone their whole senior year without being in a classroom, and then from the previous year. So it's an interesting road ahead, and I appreciate all the information that you've prepared and the questions that you've answered.
So thank you, Representative Salisbury. We've been rejoined by our Senate Chair, and we're just ready to move right into Maine Maritime Academy. So I will simply ask if we could, Sam, if you could give us President Brennan and the Honorable Richard Rosen.
They're on their way, Representative.
Okay, and Maddie, I'll turn it over to you. Or
sounds good.
Okay.
Just waiting till everyone's logged in. It does look like we have everyone here. So I don't know if Dr. Brennan, if you would like to kick it off, but we are ready for you. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. You've been at it for a while, so I'll be brief. I'll just restate one of the principles I laid out in my earlier comments to the Joint Committee, that our budget is very modest when compared with that of the university system and of the community college system, but the impacts upon us are no less significant, and because we have to operate at a more modest margin, those impacts are really quite significant for us. So we do appreciate the opportunity to appear before you, and we also appreciate the opportunity to express to you those areas in which we would be interested in seeing additional resources if those resources become available. Thank you.
Thank you, President Brennan. Anyone have any questions? Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in looking at the email that was sent to me recently, what are you looking for? An additional 10 million? What is the total that you talk about? Increased funding for operations, restoring the COLA, and invest in the upgrades at Curtis Hall. I mean, what is the total there that you're looking, that you would like to see? Okay, not that you're going to get, but would like to see.
Well,
are you looking for an additional 10 million? What is the total that you talk about? Increased funding for operations, restoring the COLA.
I'm hearing a
Mr. Rosen, I think we're having a feedback loop. I think we're good now.
Okay. To demonstrate what I mean when I say modest as compared to the others, both of the other institutions have talked about the cost of living increase. For us, it would be $234,000 in the first year and $246,000 in the second year. The request concerning the percentage has more to do with the reality of this very unique world that Maine Maritime Academy operates within. As I point out in my testimony, we are one of only 6 such colleges in the United States, and yet all of my competitors are in a position of offering tuition at a much lower rate than I can, because all of my competitors receive state support upwards of 50% of their operating budget. And so what I've asked for here, and again, this is all recognizing that you and the state have significant constraints, fiscal constraints upon us at this point. But if the funding were available, I would like to increase our base funding to 25% of our operating costs, which is reflected in that 1.1 million and 1.3 million in the second year of the biennium. And then lastly, this aging dormitory that we have in the governor's first budget, she included funding for restoration of heating, ventilation, plumbing, electrical work, critical work that needs to be done. She included that to the tune of 18.3 million for the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority. That was not included in the current budget, and because this is really our only residential hall, we feel it's critical, and we would be pleased if that could be added back in for that. That's not general obligation bond, that's within the government bonding authority. So in essence, those are the 3 items. The COLA is critically important, as the other 2 institutions have pointed out, and the residential hall is, so I operate in essence at the end of the dog's tail in a little town without any space to expand, and I worry that if we have a catastrophic failure in that dormitory, I'm a long way away from any motels to rent. So maintaining that facility is extremely important to us. And so I'll stop there. I hope that answers your question, Senator.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just follow up?
Absolutely.
Do you expect, or are you eligible for any future federal funding that other colleges would receive?
I believe we would be, Senator, as the Chancellor and Ryan Loeb pointed out, with the legislation that's presently pending in Washington, we would be eligible for some amount of that.
But you don't know exactly how much?
No, I don't know exactly what that would be. And frankly, until it passes, I'm not going to wait and see if that does happen before I spend a lot of energy trying to figure out how much I may receive. But I can guarantee you it will be far shy of the 20 some odd million that the university spoke of.
Yeah. And one last question, if I could. Do you have any data on the number of graduates that actually stay in Maine?
Yes, I do. I can tell you off the top of my head that in excess of 60% of our alumni are Maine residents, but we can provide you with more detailed information about our current, the trends in our current alumni base.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the questions.
Thank you, Senator. I have Representative Salisbury up next.
Thank you very much. President
Brennan, you may have already answered this question before, but can you tell me the percentage of the current students that are Maine residents? Approximate.
Yeah, I make that statement in my testimony. I believe it's somewhere around 73%, but I can provide that for you.
I can take a look here and see, but okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do I have any other questions for President Brennan? Seeing none, before we move on, anything else you'd like to add? Obviously, thank you for sharing this information, and we completely understand, a lot of your concerns, especially, aging infrastructure and location alone complicates this before we even get into the aspect of state funding. So thank you for everything you're doing and being creative on what does take a lot of creativity to literally keep the ship going, pun mostly intended.
Yes, thank you. Managing the interest of a bunch of post-teenage kids in a pandemic is certainly a character building experience for college executives, I can assure you. So I do appreciate appreciate your interest in us, and thank you for having us, and I'd be pleased to respond to any questions you might have along the way. Good luck with your business.
Thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time to be with us this afternoon.
Okay. Bye-bye now.
And Representative Brennan or Sam, if you can remind me, we've gone through the university system. Have we gone through the colleges?
We've done everything, and next up is Maine School of Math and Science.
And
I think Mr. Pearson is here to discuss their financial situation.
Perfect.
And also Mr. Ferguson, Senator and Representative.
Thank you, Sam. Welcome, Mr. Pearson, Mr. Ferguson. The floor is yours. And thanks for making some time to spend some time with us this afternoon.
Still on mute.
Oh, okay, we can't hear.
You're on mute. Yes.
Hello?
Discuss their financial situation.
Oh, I think one of you, if you have the YouTube stream going in the background, make sure you have that turned off once you're in the Zoom, because you will have a delay, which will cause an audio feedback. So I think you should both be all set now. So
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. Can I just check that you can hear me first of all?
Yes.
Thumbs up. Marvelous. I was indeed listening to the previous presentations, and I'd just like to say, Senator Doherty, Representative Brennan, honored members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs, thank you for this opportunity to hear from us once again. And I'm going to be fairly succinct and talk a little bit for about 10 minutes and then open up the board chair and myself to any questions you might have. Many of you remember that last year on the 3rd of March, almost precisely 1 year ago, in fact, I did present in front of you and talked about the immediate needs for the Maine School of Science and Mathematics. And the reality at that time that we'd been flat funded for 5 years, and that we'd built up a historic deficit, and that we'd increasingly shifted the burden onto keeping the school open onto the parents, which last year was $9,300 for room and board, which covers all of our dormitory maintenance and a large portion of our health service support staff, as well as food. With the anticipated loss of international student revenue consequent of the emerging COVID-19 pandemic, and also the I-20 visa issues, as a public school, we can only issue the I-20 for 1 year. We were looking at some significant challenges. And I want to thank the committee for last year for bipartisan support and unanimous support for actually voting to suggest and recommend an increase of about $450,000 for the school to help us overcome those challenges. And then, as you all know, COVID-19 literally hit a week later and everything stopped. And the result was that allocation increase did not happen. So as a school, the impact for the Maine School of Science and Mathematics was I effectively shaved 14% off our entire operating budget, which was $831,000. based on an assumption of continued flat funding for our academic side of the school life. At the moment, the state gives us just over $3 million with financial aid for $325,000. And the parent portion is now well over $1,100,000, or about 33% of the operating costs for the school to stay open. The reality of that 14% cut was a significant reduction in 5 full-time employees, including math, chemistry, front office positions, academic dean, adjuncts. We phased out Chinese. We had partial elimination of our competitive athletic program. Department chair stipends were reduced. I actually reduced faculty and staff salary simply to make ends meet. This year, we are currently on a hybrid model, and we have our seniors with us for the entire year, and then I'm flipping the rest of the school every 6 weeks. So currently, we're actually flipping the process this actual week. We've just left our new students and our seniors going home, and we're expecting our sophomores, juniors, and seniors to be on campus next Monday. In order to keep the school open, I am currently having to maintain full room and board charges for all of our parents so that we can maintain our dormitory operations, even though those children are at home for effectively half of the year learning remotely. Without parental support, we would have to close the dormitory and thereby be completely remote for this year. So I'm very, very grateful for the support and the vote of confidence our parents have in us. As I look to this coming year, and I've been listening into the previous presentations, and we're very, very conscious of the financial tsunami that is rocking Maine consequent to this pandemic. So it really is with deep sensitivity and really awareness of the challenges you face that I talk to you today. But the simple reality is the world is continuing to turn, and that this will be our 6th year of flat funding from the state, which is in effect negative funding given cost of living increases. And I simply can't afford to pay for food at 2015 prices or maintain the salary flat for what will effectively be their 3rd year. As we negotiate with our food contractors, we're expecting a $50,000 increase in costs of food, and of course, faculty stipends. And we're doing absolutely everything we can to maintain our operations. There will be no international student revenue coming into the school, which historically we've used to bridge the gap between the operating cost of the school and indeed the funding that we've received from the state. Those international students were paying over $44,000 per year. Excuse me. So it's going to be rather challenging. And let me just give you one very concrete example of what that means. In order to recruit a high quality faculty to the school, I've literally just taken a loan from Katahdin Bank and Trust for $30,000 to buy a foreclosed house, $20,000 for cost and $10,000 for renovation, because people to move to Limestone to teach at the school would require some place to live. The bank is only charging us interest on the first 12 months of that loan, given the reality of the financial challenge we have. Now, we haven't been sat idly by, and I'm certainly not just here with the tin out asking for help. In the last 2.5 years, the school itself has gone out and raised $405,000 to keep ourselves really open, effective, and operational, and provide the support that our students, faculty, and residential instructors need. And that includes negotiating gifts from our contractors for food, a gift of $105,000 from Jack Kent Cooke Foundation to create an educator program to benefit the state of Maine, $60,000 from the federal government for Project Serve, following a death by suicide on campus, so that we could have additional mental health counselors, LCSWs, on campus. And you've probably read recently that we were one of 4 institutions in the state of Maine that got a US Department of Agriculture Rusty LT grant. And collaboratively with the Central Aroostook Council on Education, which is a consortium of 21 schools, the Maine School of Science and Mathematics has been working and has written with that consortium a grant that will bring over $1 million into central Aroostook County to service and help 21 schools in collaborative and connective technology in order that we can help support those schools. And those are just examples of things we've been doing. And of course, we've been using those funds to benefit our faculty in technology, in furniture, and of course, the wider state as we plan our continuing camps for middle schools and for educators. So in the light of the fact that this is the reality we face, 6 years of flat funding, we're going to increase room and board costs again to parents for this coming year, up to $9,500. No offset in international student revenue, increase in food costs, a faculty that would like to get a stipend, no town mill rate for MSSM. You are our owners and our major benefactors, and having to cut the program last year by 14%, not just to the bone, but really into the bone. We would very much like you to consider honoring that recommendation last year of $450,000 to allow the school continue to operate both safely and professionally. We genuinely believe that we're important to the state, and that it certainly ties in with much of the impetus we're seeing that was included in the governor's budget speech in developing a workforce to fill jobs in high growth industries. And around the world, that seems to be STEM. And as we look at what's happening in Maine, and we look at the massive recent investment through the Rue Institute in Portland, the new $30 million for the Davis Center of Artificial Intelligence at Colby, the gifts of the Alphon Foundation, we want this to be a two-way street. We want to be a partner, we want to be collaborative, we want to be supportive, but the simple reality at the moment is we're simply trying to stay afloat. And it's getting increasingly challenging, and it's been exacerbated by clearly COVID-19 and the reality of flat funding. So in a nutshell, that's where we are. You have a great school with years and years of success. Our early college acceptances are absolutely phenomenal. Universities, world-renowned universities, believe in us and our students. Those students are being successful. And I do have a lot of data showing that our alumni come back to Maine or study in Maine, particularly at the University of Orono at the engineering department, and are making continuing contributions to the well-being and the future stability of the state across all fields of endeavor. But without pulling any punches, we are literally down to the line at the moment as we continue to think about how to operate the school. There we have it. David, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, I don't think so at this time. That was a pretty good summary of where we are and why we find ourselves in front of the Education Committee again. I think we're all trying to get used to Zoom, and I know I personally would have much preferred to have been in Augusta to see everybody on the committee live, but we're working in the circumstances that we are, and I do appreciate everybody's time. And we're certainly willing to answer questions. My association with the school started over 10 years ago when my son attended a middle school summer camp. My older son then went to high school for all 4 years at MSSM. He's now finishing his senior year at Colby and is looking to continue his education with a PhD in mathematics with a dream of coming back to be a math professor someplace in the state of Maine. So I know the work that MSSM does, and I know how important it is for families around the state to have that as an option.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Pearson. Our first question that we have from the committee is from Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, folks, for being here. I'd be interested in the data that you could provide as far as how graduates have benefited the state of Maine. But bottom line, how much of an increase in funding are you looking for to right the ship, so to speak, is to get you on a level course?
Thank you, Senator. And for this year, we would, as I said, request an honoring of last year's commitment of $450,000. The second part of this is for 7 months, we've had a business planning team looking at the school, its place in the state of Maine, its contributions to the STEM ecosystem with education, business, and industry. And that certainly has a vision for the future based on this research that takes account of all of the other STEM magnet schools that are being supported around the country by their state legislatures to different degrees. So part of it would also be to perhaps listen to that group and hear what an exciting vision we have for the future, which will continue to redound to the benefit of the state of Maine. But immediately, having cut, as I mentioned, 14% of the budget last year, anticipating flat funding this year without any international revenue to bridge the gap, increasing burden onto the parents to keep the school in a place where I can keep the students safe and support the faculty and staff professionally within that environment and improve some of the points of failure, like, to be quite honest, things like a fume hood that would work, we would be looking at $450,000.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions from the committee? Representative Brennan. Representative Brennan, you're on mute.
I didn't say anything important up to this point, so. But thank you for being here. So the request for 450,000, I'm assuming you're asking that for 2 years in the biennium. It's not just a one-year request.
Ultimately, we do believe that the vision that the business planning team has put together, as presented, will look to an increase in what the school needs to fulfill its vision. But immediately, yes, 450,000. That would actually help us, and in concrete terms, allow us to balance our budget this year, which, with all the cuts to literally every single line, both last year and anticipated this year, still sees us $50,000 short. To start to continue to support mental health in the school. There was a wonderful, wonderful article in the Washington Post recently talking about the at-risk nature of students in these magnet schools across the country. Last year, we were able to get a federal grant, the Project Serve grant, to allow us to actually have a walk-in LCSW Monday through Friday. That was a one-year grant. We would need some support to continue that program moving forward. And again, infrastructure, outreach, and professional development, and putting the faculty onto a field where they were anticipating meeting their cost of living rises as well.
Okay, so you're actually just making a one-year request for 450,000.
Absolutely, right now, so that we can continue to work safely forward for the next year.
And secondly, what's the breakdown of your student population in terms of Maine students versus foreign students?
We have no foreign students enrolling for next year. Currently, we have 2 international students, one doing a in-person program through the University of Maine Presque Isle in order to continue to receive a visa through the early college program, and one student in Vietnam remote. There are no international students moving forward. The remainder of the student body come from every state or county within the state of Maine. So we're geographically representative of the state.
So in past years before the pandemic, what was the breakdown?
Anywhere between 10 and 15 students, each paying $44,000. And as you can see, that loss is a significant revenue shortfall.
And if I could ask one last question, what is the percentage or dollar amount that parents contribute to their child's education?
At the moment, $9,500 per year. There is 3 per student.
Okay.
And that allows the dormitory to stay open, the residential instructors to be salaried, the maintenance teams to work, all food for those students for the year. And they are teenagers. And as you know, teenagers are stomachs on legs and they eat rather well. And the cost of food keeps going up and up and up. We're anticipating a $50,000 increase in just food for next year. And then, of course, the actual part of the health services, which is based within the dormitory, is covered by that as well. Not all of it, but a portion of it. The effective breakdown at the moment of cost, excluding fundraising, the parents are essentially providing 33% of the operating cost for the school to open, which is why I'm currently still charging them room and board, even while their children are at home in this hybrid stance. To do otherwise, I would have to close the dormitory. And the parents have all said, yes, we want you to stay open on this rotating model, so we will continue to support that fee.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. We have Representative Crockett, followed by Representative Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was just scrolling through all my emails because, and I can't find the email. I believe I got an email a couple weeks ago that there is a bill that has been presented for this legislature, and I think it's from Senator Jackson, about a dormitory for one. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Sure. Senator Jackson's a tremendous friend of the school. The business planning team have had a number of meetings with Senator Jackson, talking about the work they've been doing and the research they've been doing over the last 7 months, looking at, as I mentioned earlier, the place of the school in the STEM ecosystem that is Maine. And Senator Jackson is looking at a dormitory. And obviously, some of the conversations we've had, which are separate to this request really, relate to the fact that by statute, our parent body are responsible for maintaining the residential side of school life. So those conversations have been talking about, you know, what it would cost, what sort of form it would be. It's obviously tied into our facilities because we don't even have our own academic facilities. We rent those from the town of Limestone and share the academic building with the Limestone Community School. And it is an old 1970s infrastructure. And if we have a new dormitory, the corollary is, we increase student numbers, we would need more classrooms to accommodate those, and also more teachers to offer the various programs that could perhaps benefit from that infusion of support to the school.
And the dormitory is one of those key pieces for growth for MSSM, because right now we're constrained with our student size based on the number of students we can house in our existing dormitory space. So the maximum number you can fit in there is about 150 or so. It's comfortable for the kids, more like 140, 145 for students. And that was a converted elementary school, so it lacks some of the social spaces that you'd like to see if you were doing an actual space designed for teenagers, as far as study spaces and places for bands to practice, those sorts of things. So it's definitely a critical need, and I think that's where Senator Jackson was coming from with that proposal, and that certainly we see that as a good starting point, but that certainly wouldn't do everything that MSSM needs on a kind of a long-term picture.
One of the things we're talking about is economies of scale. Because of the limited capacity of the dormitory, and because of CDC regulations at the moment and the limited capacity, which is why we're in a hybrid mode, the return on investment of a better facility, allowing more students to be supported by the school, would actually be deeply beneficial in things like cost of food, in terms of the program that we can offer, and it would get rid of single points of failure. For instance, a single physics teacher or a single nurse. I actually am on my 3rd school nurse of the year, and you can imagine what it's like recruiting a nurse in the middle of a pandemic. But without a nurse on staff, again, I would have to close the school. So this is part of that bigger analysis that we've taken a step back from the day-to-day operations and looked at the whole school in comparison to what's happening around the country with other magnet schools, and the return on investment that we believe would be quite beneficial to the state, both in terms of our own graduates, but more importantly in terms of the collaborative relationships we could develop. And that was the genesis of the Rusty LT grant. It was based on collaboration with us helping and supporting 20 other schools in Aroostook, but we believe it could be wider and further afield. Many schools have reached out to us and say, can you help with Algebra 1, for instance, or computer science? I currently have one of my, my only computer science teacher working with the Waterville High School at the request of the Alphon Foundation to analyze their Cyber Panther program, because they're not quite sure that it's working the way they want. They reached out to us, they said, can you help? I said, of course we can. And we'll throw our best man at the program, and we'll give you an analysis of what computer science is like, because as you all know, the Alphon Foundation want to roll out the Cyber Panthers all over the state. So part of our objective and vision is to be far more collaborative and supportive in different areas. But right now, I'm just trying to keep the doors open.
Senator, may I follow up?
Absolutely.
Thank you for that clarification. I for one, personally, love this school and want to do everything we can to make it flourish. I did bring up, the Senator Jackson's bill, just because as we're looking at this, I think the fiscal note on that particular bill was close to $500,000 as well. So, just thinking about the best way to move forward on what appears to me to be multiple proposals with respect to the school.
Thank you, sir. And my own personal recommendation would be to look at this immediate need. And then I have requested time where the business planning team could present their overview to this committee, which would go into the detail and some of the challenges and the decision-making thought processes that would fall out upon a major investment in the Maine School of Science and Mathematics for the future.
Thank you. Representative Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that President Jackson's bill is a bond.
It is.
First of all, so it is a completely separate matter. So that takes the pressure off of our conversation around the budget, in my opinion. And just for point of clarification, the way that we allocate funding for the Maine School of Science and Mathematics is actually on an annual basis, and it's within Part C language, and you'll find it on page 6 of our document. So that's kind of, for whatever reason, I'm not clear on what the history is and why that is, but that's where actually it appears in our budget document for folks that are looking for it. And I was one of those that voted last session for that $450,000, and I plan to do so again.
Thank you, Representative. Do you have any further questions from the committee? I just want to add for both Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Pearson, I too have a pretty fond connection with this school. One of my family members actually went there, and for several years I used to drive up and help with prom and for other different matters. And so I am both intimately familiar with the school as well as those dormitories. I've had to try to iron a tie on the walls of those bathrooms, which was an interesting experience, and try to not blow out the power fuses while trying to plug all manner of hair devices. So I understand both the magic and wonder of the school and also the very real difficulties that are faced by your facilities, as well as both the pros and cons of the location as well. So definitely look forward to working with all of you to make sure that, this is a dire time for many, and, making sure that MSSM is not having to continue to put this, price on the back of many parents and students. But on that measure, I was wondering, for students who are on scholarships with having to rely so much on room and board, what has been the capacity within the school to be able to meet the needs of students who do need that financial aid?
That's an absolutely marvelous question. Thank you for asking it. But just before I get to that, we are going to have a prom this year, and we've ordered the tent, and we're going to have a graduation outside because we've kept the seniors on campus all year.
Yeah.
Because last year I had to drive around delivering banners and diplomas individually, and that just wasn't the same. So we are trying to do everything possible to support the students each and every day. And with regard to the financial aid, and this is an interesting question, because we get $325,000 for financial aid. Each family that applies for it does so through a third party, so that it is blind. This is not the school that is analysing financial aid. It's being done separately and properly and based on tax returns and documentation that those families provide. One of the interesting things we're seeing, though, and this is very challenging, I also come from the independent school world. So I look at what the independent schools charge for day students and boarding students, and I look at their resources and facilities. Is the reality is the sticker shock of $9,500 is increasingly a barrier to recruitment. What we're seeing is, even as we talk about financial aid and its applicability to so many families, there's nervousness and fear, and therefore the families that we think we should be serving and can serve, who have children who are eminently qualified and suitable for our program, are not applying based on this ever increasing room and board. So we're beginning to see families in the mix that don't need financial aid. So we're not actually using all the financial aid, and that's very much separate, because it is third party, it's independent, but it is a trend that indicates to me that we're moving into the realm of families that would traditionally look at private boarding schools. And we are conscious of that. So yes, the financial aid is available. It's not all used, as indeed it's not all used at any of the universities in the main system. There's always some left over. We're worried that that's an indicator that the room and board fee is now far too high anyway.
Thank you. And I think that's definitely something that's always worth us keeping in mind, that this is our public magnet school. And as you said, I think it's a major concern for students if they're looking at the cost of this and they're not aware, one, of the potential help, and that this is a reality for them. It's something it's incumbent on all of us to make sure this is clear to potential students.
And perhaps this is not the place to talk about it, but just as a segue, the business plan team has analysed all of the public boarding magnet schools around the country. And they either provide all tuition and room and board, or the families that go to those other boarding schools, those other magnet schools, only pay for food. And so we're very, very different. We are an outlier in what we charge our main families in order for their children to be at the main School of Science and Mathematics.
Absolutely. And that's definitely something we recognize, that outside of the budget proposal that we're discussing now, we'll definitely have to have MSSM back to talk about some of the further aspects. I'd be remiss, Representative McCray has had his hand up for quite some time.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm looking at about 11 screens here, and 4 of them are occupied by David's. So we're reaching a critical mass. So it can't be a bad committee. Anyway, my question and or comment. So we have a bill to if all passed and whatnot, to improve dormitory facilities considerably. And that dorm could accommodate growth of MSSM. Well, therein lies the next problem. What are we going to do with all the growth? Which is the next thing that would have to be. This is not going to be done all at once. Am I correct? I mean, we're in a situation we need to put the $450,000 current Band-Aid on. Then we need to worry about housing. And then we will need to be worrying about additional classroom space. So this is our school. This is the state's premier school. Hey, it's one of the country's premier schools, okay? So if we've taken 25 years to get where we are, it certainly isn't going to be solved like that. It just isn't. I mean, we don't have that magic wand. But it seems to me that solve the current problem of the $450,000 shortfall that was sort of robbed by the beginning of COVID, and then get the dormitory, if at all possible, in the basket, and then take a look at what's the next step. And I would think in a period of time, this would become a facility that is worthy of its accomplishments. Okay, it would be exactly what everybody would be very proud to see. And right now, we're not right there. We just aren't. I've been there, I've toured it, I've visited with you, Mr. Pearson. And although I admire the accomplishments and stuff, these things like the short-term money, the dormitory, the next step, the next step, the next step, and in a period of time, we'd be where we want to be. So I just, if we can't do it all at once, I hate to see drastic measures taken that might thwart where we really want to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for visiting the school and seeing us. And we don't want this to become a self-fulfilling prophecy of negativity that, flat funding for 6 or 7 years, increasing room and board costs, no international students, the executive director running around trying to raise money just to keep the doors open and passing the burden on to grant writing and parents. Absolutely, I agree 100% with what you said. Immediate need, and then look at the work of the business planning team in the holistic perspective of what it means to adequately have support and infrastructure for a magnet school in Maine.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Representative Millett has a question.
Not a question, Madam Chair, but just just thought it would be interesting for folks to be reminded that in 2019, it was reported that MSSM was ranked #2 in the country for U.S. public high schools. Let that sink in. And this has been languishing for far too long, and I look forward to the state having a very systemic conversation about how we continue to invest in such a prestigious and not prestigious isn't the right word, prodigious perhaps in terms of excellence. So good on you.
Thank you. With a marketing budget of $1,000, that was a windfall, and we used it to the best of our ability. And again, I just want to reiterate that we've just gone out and, as an organisation with CASE, brought another $1 million into Central Rooster for education and technology as a lead partner in order to support 21 different schools. We are definitely not sitting on our hands doing nothing. We are agile, we are flexible, we are looking at every single opportunity. But again, the bottom line is this is a state magnet school.
Yeah. Thank you. Do I have any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, the last thing I think I'll sort of toss out to my colleagues, just as a reminder, you touched on this a little bit about having and the mailman has arrived. That being said, you touched upon.
I think I jumped higher than you did.
I think I did too. I yelped myself.
So that's Bailey. This is the joy of having a treeing Walker Coonhound being part of your family when the mailman comes by. Typically, I'm pretty good at having it on mute, but today the odds are not in my favor. But joking aside, now that everyone's awake, I am glad to hear that the school was able to get a Monday through Friday LCSW access. And just to remind folks, when we're thinking about the needs and the costs, it's not just the fact that this is a residential based school, the demographic of students statistically, and there's an incredible amount of evidence on this. Often, sometimes the most high functioning, gifted and talented students have some of the biggest mental health and support needs. So this is something that, when we're looking at the cost of this school, it's something to be very important to keep in mind. And I know it's something that MSSM has had to painfully go through, but it's something that's incumbent on all of us to remember, not just for MSSM, but for all of our schools statewide, that these are services that are increasing in need with the pandemic, but especially for this demographic of students. So Now that I'll get off my soapbox on that and hopefully not get barked off by Bailey again. Last call for questions, statements, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. I'm sure this will just be the first of many conversations we'll have moving forward. And thank you for your time.
Thank you all for having us today.
Good luck. And then I think if I'm looking through this, I think that's everyone that we had, correct, Representative Brennan, and I think this is the end of the feedback and gaining more information that we had. I think looking at the hour, it probably doesn't make sense to jump in. I'm seeing a lot of faded faces on some of the voting lines, but instead I just wanted to see from today's presentations or from reading the materials before we jump into voting, are there any other sections that people need more information on?
Senator, we had talked about just having Hillary summarize in a couple of minutes the cultural agencies, because they do come under our jurisdiction and we are going to have to vote on them. And even though we don't have anybody today to come and speak about that, maybe we could just ask Hillary to do a 5-minute summary of what's being proposed in the budget for the cultural agencies.
Sorry, the mailman went that way, so I was a little bit longer for all of our eardrum sakes. That would be lovely.
So I mean, for the most part, there are not very many new initiatives for the cultural affairs. So I can sort of briefly just flip through. So there are no new initiatives for the Arts Commission. And I wasn't going to necessarily go through all of the actual dollar amounts. You have them in front of you in the report back template, but I can quickly highlight if you want me to where there are some new initiatives, if that makes sense.
Yep.
That'd be great.
Sure.
Does anyone need this up on the screen, or is everyone fine to follow along? I'm seeing, okay, I think we're good. I'm following along.
So there is the Cultural Affairs Council. They similarly do not have any new initiatives in the current budget. For the current proposed budget, I should say. The Historic Preservation Commission is one of the only cultural affairs that does have a new initiative, and this is on page 7, begins on page 72 of your report back template. And they do have a new initiative for $30,000, which is for an anticipated increase for historic preservation efforts related to some construction and renovation projects. The Maine Historical Society does not have any new initiatives. The Humanities Council does not have any new initiatives. Again, the Maine State Library does not have any new initiatives. And I think, no, and the Maine State Museum, which is on page 92 of your report back document, they do have a new initiative. It's a reorganization of a museum specialist 3 to a museum specialist 2 position to align with available resources.
Senator Woodson has a question.
Sure.
Hillary, you mentioned Historic Preservation Commission.
Yes.
On page 72, and something about, what was the amount of money?
It's $30,000 in each year of the biennium.
Okay, I don't see that listed. Am I looking at the wrong page?
70,
Yeah,
it's on
page
73.
Oh, 73.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you very much.
Yep. So there were not any new initiatives to the Maine State Museum or for Maine Public. which simply means that those are all continuing just with the baseline budget funding. And so if anyone has any questions on the baseline budget funding, or if they have any questions on any requests from any of those cultural affairs agencies, similar to the way that the higher education or main school science and math came in today, you can let me know now or reach out to me via email. We can see about having someone come in to talk a little bit more.
Yep. Representative Brennan, you're good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Hillary, thanks for going through that. And again, just make the point that everybody knows, we do have responsibility for cultural affairs, and we almost always end up spending every bit of our time on DOE, higher education, and those other things in education. So at some point, I know this is not going to be the time to make financial gains in cultural affairs and cultural agencies, but it is a responsibility of this committee, and we should try to find some time where we can get into this a little bit more and understand where we might be able to make some investments and how we might be able to move some of our cultural agencies in a more positive direction. So that's just not a question, it's an editorial comment. And I'm glad at least we were able to spend 5 minutes talking about it at this point.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. Are there any questions looking at what Ms. Rissler just went over? I am seeing a lot of blank faces. So I'll say that we should be all set on that. Any other areas? I know we've had most of the major stakeholders be able to come before us today to answer any lingering questions, but anything else that we didn't, that someone feels that we weren't able to get information on? Anything else, any requests before we adjourn? Let's see now. Okay, I think that concludes what we had on our schedule for today. Representative Stearns?
Senator Daughtry, I just wanted to tell you that the blank look on my face is something that I've had ever since second or third grade. When the clock hits 3 o'clock, time for Paul to go out and play. It has nothing to do with the content.
Oh, and I do think that's an important reminder for all of us that it is probably time to take a lead from Representative Stearns, get up, stretch, go out and play a little bit before we jump back in on any of our other work.
And Senator, we would have the expectation next time we meet in work session on the budget that we would start to go through the template that we were given by Hillary and vote on our recommendations back to the Appropriations Committee.
Correct. Yeah, we'll start taking those straw votes on our next meeting when we have it scheduled. Sorry, it looked like the mailman was coming back. So if you saw me looking around, I'm trying to protect all of our eardrums right now. Senator Woodson.
Yeah, we received an email this afternoon from Hillary about possibly meeting tomorrow. Did I read that right?
For chairs and leads.
Scheduling.
Chairs and leads. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So we'll be back in touch for chairs and leads via email and making sure we have that set up. So.
Okay, thank you.
Not see. Any other last questions before we break for the evening or afternoon to make sure that Representative Stearns can go out and play? Okay, seeing now going once, going twice. That concludes our work today for the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. Thank you all for all of your hard work today. I know that was a lot of information. Sometimes the budget really can seem trial by fire of information. So have a great night, everyone.